Hello, everyone. My name is Apostate Aladdin. The purpose of today's stream is to talk to believers of many faiths, not necessarily Muslims only, but obviously Muslims are welcome, to tell me what they believe and why they believe it to be true. I've had the stream multiple times before, and it's always led to very interesting conversations in the past. So if you haven't watched those before, feel free to go through the playlist. And I will try to add timestamps at the end when the stream is over. And if you're watching along offline, please feel free to add timestamps of your own. I had a few callers waiting to join. The link is in the live chat, by the way, if you would like to join. And you can join with a camera or without. But for some reason, they just disappeared. So we will be waiting for them. And in the meantime, I will vamp a little bit by telling you what I've been up to lately. So Adonai says, "We love these streams. I love them in particular. Thank you. I'm glad that you do like them." Boss gave me a shift now. I can't watch. That's okay. You can always catch up with it later. So lately, if you haven't seen it already, I just published a video about how the government of Pakistan has, I was going to say requested, but has demanded that 12 of my videos be banned from the Pakistani side of YouTube. And YouTube obviously complied. So if you want to watch what I have to say about that and where you can, watch those videos anyway, uh, link might be in the description, but also it's the latest video on my channel at the moment. And what else have I been up to? I'm still working with Jasmine, my artist, on a new video talking about part of the story of Prophet Musa. And I don't want to get too explicit, but how God stripped Musa down to prove a point. And we will look at, hopefully in an illustrated, fun manner, we'll look at what wisdom we're supposed to learn from that story and whether that is properly communicated or not. So, still waiting on people to join the stream. In the meantime, if there's anyone who's not a believer who would like to join, I suppose, till we kill some time. And if you're watching this after the stream is over, you can just skip ahead to the timestamp where we begin with the first caller. Like I said, we had two already, but they've disappeared. And if you just like hearing me ramble or like hearing me talk, I have a second channel where I just read stories. And right now it's been limited to just stories that people write on Reddit because I'm not sure how copyright works and I'm not trying to profit off of anyone's novel or anything, but I felt like that might be something that people would like to watch or hear. Hey, secular spirits, sup, crazy cat man. Not much. I see we've already started the dissing match. So we're supposed to have a feud, a public feud at some point in the future, but life gets in the way, I suppose. Not much. I'm good. My cats are both within view, of course, as always, but not on my lap right now. So yeah, in the previous live stream, if you haven't seen it, I do appreciate every conversation that I have on these live streams, but one that really stood out to me was the last one, which I will be uploading separately. Funny enough, the person on the live stream, Anonymous Muslim as he called himself, uh, reached out to me after the stream and told me, "Hey, feel free to post it." Which, to be clear, I don't post segments from live streams to call out people or anything or put them on the spot, but if I find the conversation very interesting, sometimes I do that. So that will be coming in the future if you don't want to sit through the whole stream for that conversation. Arabian Princess is asking, "What's your cat's name?" So I've got two of them, and one of them I call Apu, like from, well, I just realized from the movie Aladdin, he's called Abu, not Apu, but I call him Apu, I guess, true to his nature. And the other one is called Iago. Uh, is it Iago or Lago? Again, I forget. It's the parrot from Aladdin. They have other names that I call them by that they recognize, but those are their stage names, I suppose. All right, we do have one caller in the back room. If you join the back room, if you join the queue to join the stream, please give me an overview in the private chat of what your background is and what you're here to talk about. But we can just get right into it with Victor. Victor, who's in the back room. I'm going to add you if you're ready in three, two. No, Victor disappeared. What happened? What's going on today? The odds are stacked against me. So I tried to do this live stream at a different time than usual so people can join from different time zones. Oh, we've got Rashid in the back room. Please give me an overview of what I suppose I could presume that you are a Muslim, but I'd like to confirm. Let me know your background and what you would like to talk about. So I'll answer a couple of comments in the meantime. Dan says, "Are you familiar with Modern Day Debate channel? Have you ever thought about participating there?" No and no. So I'm not familiar with them because I typically don't watch debate channels or debates in general. And I the debates that I came across back in the day years ago were, um, the typical hitch slap kind of debates where it's just usually a highlight of the segments where somebody owned the other person. I was just very turned off by that. And these days, a lot of the topics of debate don't quite interest me, at least in the religious versus atheist sphere. So, not really, haven't kept up with that kind of thing. And have I thought about participating there? Um, by the way, we do have people in the back room, so we're going to start very soon. I'll just answer a couple of comments. No, I have not thought about it because, first of all, I'm not familiar with that channel. But secondly, as I've said before, it's not that I don't want to debate. It's just that there aren't many topics that I feel are either worthy of debate or debatable to get into that I'm interested in. Like, for example, debating whether um, the world came from nothing or God exists and so on. I don't quite care to debate that. And oh, Rashid in the back room has disappeared. Why is everyone just dropping off again and again? There was another person. I'm sorry, everyone. If there's a technical issue, please let me know. Secular Spirit is also in the back room, but I will obviously give priority to the believers who are trying to call in. I'll take a couple more comments while we wait for the issues to be resolved. Anyhow, yeah, no, I haven't. Okay, they're back. They're back. Yeah, I'm happy to do it. And Hassan Adwan, thanks for being here. He says friendly chats are far more productive than debates. I agree, to be honest. I find that debates are often for the audience, for the gotcha moments, for not really for convincing the other person, even or making a strong case for yourself. It's just about winning and making it look good. It's about crowd work more often than not. And I can do that. I just don't want to go down that path. It's not what I find to be productive. So, yeah. Anyhow, we have a caller, Rashid. I am adding you, Rashid, if you are ready in 3, 2, 1. Hey, Rashid, how's it going?
It's going very well, thank you. How are you doing?
I am good. Thanks for asking.
Yes. Thank you very much for having me on your channel. I've been following you for a while, ever since you started from TikTok,
Oh, yeah.
and
Thank
yeah,
you.
I've been enjoying your content quite a bit, I have to say.
Thank you.
I like the way you present the different topics and how you go about it, and how you are so very calm when you're conversing with people, and how you respect people who have different views than yours. I respect that very much, and I value that. So thank you very much for having me.
Well, thank you for the kind words. I'm flattered. Yeah.
It's the truth, actually. I've watched a lot of ex-Muslim content, and I think that yours is far beyond what we have mostly, unfortunately. I think maybe the other one that I also like is Abdullah Samir. He's also very kind and also very respectable to his guests. And so yeah, that's a bit.
Thank you.
I said in the comment that I was Muslim, and I am. And also what I wanted to talk about was mainly why I happen to believe the topic of today.
Okay. Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah. First of all, yes. First of all, thank you for also having these talks right now at this time, because I'm currently in Europe. So the last few times I couldn't, because it's like 2 o'clock here during the other ones. But this one, thank goodness, it's during the day. So,
I'm going to try to do
thank
that
you.
going forward. Like if I have a stream during the week for callers, I'll do the exact same one on
Yeah.
the in a different time. So yeah, I'm glad you're able to catch it.
Thank you very much. I wish that other places also do that. They have two time slots, because this is very 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 good. I like it very much.
Thank you.
Anyway, for me, the reason why I believe, I guess it would be, I guess the question would be, why do I continue to believe? I mean, because I was born into an Islamic tradition, you could say. So the belief was pretty much instilled upon me by my family. So why do I continue to believe now that I have gained some knowledge about the religion? I guess that would be the way I would answer the question. I mean, for me, I continue to believe it's because of some of the let's say the comforts that come with belief. I guess that would be the primary reason. It's because it grants comfort to my life. That's where I would. That would be the answer. Like if you were to ask me straight up, like, "Hey, why do you believe?" Um, I would say that I believe because it grants comfort and it eases my life, in compared with if I didn't. I would say that that's what I would say.
What kind of things does it give you comfort from?
Well, I would say that if you have like let's say it grants you like a sort of balance in life. I think that when you know like what road you're supposed to take, it's much easier to navigate life than to constantly shift from one perspective to another. If you don't know, then you're constantly going to be looking. And the thing that belief does is that it grants you sort of a perspective or a roadmap to follow in your life.
So I'm going to try to rephrase it based on my understanding and tell me if that makes sense. You use the word balance. Do you also mean that it gives you a structure? Because you use the word road.
Yeah.
So it makes your life more structured, and it ends the search for you, because if you don't have the belief, you will always be in search. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, partly yes, that you would be constantly in search. But I mean, even when you have the belief, I guess it doesn't like end. Like for example, the way you said it, that it doesn't like stop you from looking at other perspectives. Of course, you still do, but this one, it gives you more like a guideline, of how to go about living your life. You can still, look at other paths, but this one particularly, it gives you like you have an anchor, if you could say that, and it goes with multiple perspectives in life. Like if we're talking morality, if we're talking how you conduct yourself during your daily life, or how you are with other people, you sort of like have like an anchor that you can rely on. And I think that that's the main reason for me why I believe is because of the comfort that it grants me. Now that I could be wrong, of course, I do acknowledge that very much, that it could be that my beliefs are wrong, or our beliefs as Muslims are wrong. I do acknowledge that, but I think that for me personally, it grants my life that balance, that structure, as you say.
Well, I have some questions about that.
Sure.
You had made a good analogy of the anchor. It anchors you in a way. It's something to go back to, but you still are open to that search. It's just
Yes.
not. You don't feel aimless while you're searching that way,
Exactly.
right?
Yes. Exactly. Yes.
With the analogy of an anchor, I'm thinking of a ship and an anchor. Um, do you feel like the anchoring of your ship means that you cannot sail far because you're still anchored compared to someone with the anchor not not put down?
Well, I mean, you could look at it that way, but for me, I think that it's still like, for example, if I am to explain it, like you have a ship that is anchored, yes, but not in a way that it is anchored to stop. That whether the ship is still anchored, but it can still move around. But then you have certain ways, for example, where you have, for example, if the ship moves a little bit around, navigates around like the seas or the waters, that you have certain bounds which you cannot cross, let's say. But so that anchor helps you to not cross those bounds. And by those bounds, I mean like things which can be considered morally, bad. So the ship, so the anchoring here, it stops you from going beyond, or I would say I would explain it that way, if you understand my analogy here, that the ship is still moving, but it has an anchor. So it has like, it's like, for example, if you tie a dog, if you tie like a dog, if you have a dog and you tie it on a rope on a tree, and you give it like mileage, like a long way to travel, like the rope is very, very long, the dog can sit under the tree, it will still be anchored to the tree, or it can decide to move around, but it wouldn't go beyond a certain limit, because the rope would, it would snap. You would have like, the rope would still be there, if you understand my analogy there, that if you let it run, it would run to a point, but as soon as it reaches the end, the rope would stretch and the dog would not be able to run anymore. That there's still room to navigate, but or to move around, but that the anchoring here, it protects, or it stops me or from going beyond certain bounds. I would say it like that.
I understand your analogy, yeah. And obviously it arouses more questions in me because
Sure,
that's just
sure.
how I think.
Yeah.
Um, so this analogy of a dog leash
Mhm.
that keeps you in a safe perimeter, doesn't that how do you know that the perimeter you're in is the safest rather than maybe, a different garden where there are more trees and more shade,
Mhm.
without having just that one tree that you can circle around?
Well, I mean, I would say that if for example the tree, provides, I can look at my own life, like how is this anchoring affecting my life? Like, is it affecting it in a positive way, or is it affecting it in a negative way? If it's a positive way, then I can, to a certain degree, rely on that positivity that it is, adding to my life. I guess I have to look at my life and see what kind of impact that anchoring is doing to my life. If it's adding towards, the negative, then yeah, I can say, okay, well, there are certain things about this anchoring that I need to start questioning, or that I need to start, assessing, or that I need, to maybe move away from, so I would say that in that way, that I look at I look at my life and evaluate my life. That's how I would answer that question.
It's always good to self-reflect and evaluate again, and that indicates open-mindedness. That I mean, some people would be happy not straying far away from the tree at all,
Yeah.
whether they have like their rope, I suppose, would be a lot shorter.
Mm.
Um, and I wonder if that rope extends with time or if it's always been the same length. How do you feel? Do you feel like uh, going with this analogy, do you feel like your bounds are further away with time, or have they never changed, or did they change and stop at some point?
No, I mean, yeah, that's actually very interesting, because before, or a long time ago, I would say that the rope or the leash was much shorter. I would have said that, because I mean, I think that that's sort of like, very common with people who, for example, who have like a tendency to be religious, in their maybe or hyper religious, let's say, in their late adolescent lives. And then as they grow up, maybe they get married or they start working, then it shifts, they start to be, the rope or the leash gets a bit longer. So they start to question even more. So I would say I would put myself in that category, that as I grow up, the leash gets longer and longer. I would say that. So I am very much willing to be like for my mind to be overturned or to to shift from one perspective to another. I have absolutely no problem. I'm very open-minded to all kinds of thoughts or all kinds of perspectives out there, that even might let's say combat my own, or maybe cause me to doubt. And I'm very open to doubt, because I think that doubt is a very, very important aspect of life, or of finding the truth. I don't see that as a negative per se. So yeah,
That's a good outlook to have. I've been writing down some thoughts and questions, but now my cat is sleeping on the paper, so I can hardly see it.
Sure.
So I might go back to one or 2 points. But so you think that the leash has been extended since the past times, and it might continue to, right? And that's not a bad thing.
No.
Do you think you could ever get to a point where it's taken you far enough that you find a different tree or a different shelter and you choose to anchor yourself there?
Well, yeah, it depends on what that tree is going to provide my life. Like if it's going to add positivity, it's going to impact my life in a positive way, then I have no problem anchoring myself to that tree as well.
That is a good approach to assess how is it affecting me. And
Yeah.
but it begs the question. So obviously you see this approach as personal, right? Like you're talking about how belief would benefit or harm you. That's how
Yeah.
you're assessing it. And you don't seem like the kind of person who thinks that the same length of rope, I suppose, or the same tree should be imposed on others.
No,
Um,
absolutely not.
yeah, you don't strike me as that at all.
No.
But does that factor into your assessment at all? I don't want to always stick to the analogy, but the nature of this leash, the fact that it does necessitate in its nature, um, that others will be put in that situation, or that it is the only way to live life. The fact that it doesn't work for others, does it factor at all into your assessment of it?
Yes, it does. I think that you could have, I guess there is the life experience aspect of it as well, that you can add on. For example, everybody has different life experiences. Some people, might have grown up in a society which, for example, the leash is very short, and then it would cause those people, for example, to feel trapped, or to feel like that the leash being there is actually a sort of like a deterrent or a trap. So these people would tend to gravitate towards other, for example, trees, to attach themselves to. But as far as me, I would say that because it hasn't impacted me in a negative way, and I know that it's very personal. If we can't talk about the outside, also, like for example, how is it impacting other people? We can get into particularly Islam, if you would like, and then I would answer why that anchoring happens to be Islam in favor of atheism or agnosticism or Christianity or Hinduism. I mean, we could go in that route as well, of course, but
Or the anchor could have nothing to do with the question of whether spirituality, or the question of whether God exists or not, or a different kind of spirituality.
exactly,
Yeah.
yes, exactly.
Or no anchor for some people, like You know, like
Sure.
in my mind, again, analogy of animals, I'm thinking of like a house cat that gets to go
Mm.
outside every now and then, which is
Yeah.
apparently not good for the environment, people. So try not to do that. But, or like a stray cat or like a wild cat that just lives all the time outside, or a
Yeah.
house cat, right?
Exactly. Mm.
Um,
I mean, I think that everybody has, for example, a certain anchor. I mean, would you say about yourself that you don't have anything anchoring you? Like, for example, if you see something wrong, like what's stopping you from crossing the bounds and basically doing it? Like, it's wrong, but you do it anyway. Like, what's holding you back? For example, it's not about God and morality and that kind of stuff. No, I'm not talking about that. I'm just saying that what is anchoring you? For example, I know that if you see something wrong, you wouldn't do it knowing that it's wrong, like hurting another person. Like, what's stopping you in that particular example?
that's a very good question. I've got multiple thoughts about that.
Mm.
You said not quite about morality. I would say that plays into it, and
Mhm.
I'll explain why. But I want to clarify in your question that anchor or that barrier or limit in that I don't have because of religion. Do you mean that that would be the threat that
No, not
of
religion. Not religion. I tried as the best
no, no,
way.
yeah, I
Yeah,
understood
way
what
from
you mean. Like,
yeah.
what would that look like for me? But I mean, as opposed to, like, what does yours look like? Is it about the the punishment of doing something wrong while being watched because of that guideline given by religion?
No, personally, for me, I think that it is because um, I like the philosophy that if it is something that is going to impact me in a negative way, I wouldn't want to inflict that on another person. Like, I go with that analogy. Basically, for me, that's what drives me, for example, in how I relate, or how I how I am with other people. Like, it's basically that. It's not so much the religious aspect of it. I think that the religious aspects of these things, they actually followed after this philosophy. Like,
So
uh,
so then your anchor and your leash in this example, I guess, is not really religious, right? Like what you said about you basically you want to be treated the way that um, sorry, you would treat people the way that you would want to be treated, right?
yeah, yeah, you could say that, yes.
Yeah.
Mm.
That's part of my answer is um, like there's different situations. There's a situation where I could do something wrong that's only harmful to me. That's a
Mhm.
different assessment than if I do something wrong that could be harmful to someone else, or could even potentially, yeah, could be harmful to someone else.
Mm.
That's easy for me to. It's the easier situation to assess, which is this going to harm someone else? Then no, I don't want to do it. Um, but when it comes to is this going to harm me? Obviously, this obvious answer is no. I don't want to do it. But a lot of people with such anchors or leashes or otherwise, religion or otherwise, they still do it knowing that it's wrong. Like, and that's something I want to ask you actually. I will go back to answering your question, but I'd like to know what do you think about yourself or others who have that leash of not just this rule, but religion, like the punishment in it, the morals given by it, the fact that someone is holding you accountable to it,
Mm.
but yet they do the wrong thing anyway? How do you think that works in their mind? Or do you think they forget about the leash for a moment, or what happens?
No, I think that there is a sort of like there's like a conflict happening within the individual. So you have, like, for example, what the individual wants, and then you have what the anchor is allowing the individual to do. So because there's this sort of conflict that is happening within the person's mind, a person can be swayed from one side or the other. And usually we have people, for example, swaying towards the other, even when the anchorage is telling them to not go beyond that bounds. So in that, by that, I would use an example here. Like, if you have people who are practicing a certain religion which tells them don't do this, and then they do it, for example. So here you have a dichotomy. You have a sort of a conflict that is happening within the individual themselves. That it's not because the anchoring is allowing them to do it or that kind of thing, but rather it's because there's a conflict happening within them. If that makes sense, or maybe I answered differently than you were hoping.
No, I'm not hoping for anything in particular. I'm curious about how you think
Expecting
about it.
maybe.
Yeah. Okay. And to make sure that I answered your question, hopefully, what is my anchor and my in that sense, I don't quite like the analogy of an anchor and a leash for myself. More like, actually, to continue with the same analogy,
Yeah.
it's the tree providing shelter, right? My anchor point, but without the leash, right? I can go and find my way back, or navigate to a different one. So without, because a leash implies that you're not in control of taking it off, or the length of it. Like you might plead with the owner, or whoever's in charge of it, and maybe get some, but yeah.
But the thing is that the way I look at it, now that you brought that up, is that I think that regardless of whether your leash is religion or not, you will always have a leash. That okay, because we are born, and then we're basically put in the hands, or we're in the hands of our parents, and they have the ability to impact how we are going to behave in life. Like there is a certain impact that they will have on our lives. So there is anchorage even in there. And nature also plays a role in that it will anchor you regardless of what you believe or what you don't believe. It will force you to, or societal norms will like anchor you. It's something will anchor you regardless of whether you want to be free or not. That to a certain degree, yes, we can feel free, but we are still free within certain limits. And that's the anchor that I'm trying to to talk about. That whether that anchor is is belief in a higher power, or whether that anchor is a belief or a faith in humanity, but there is just always an anchor. So because as I said, because for me the reason why I believe is because this anchor particularly generates positivity to my life. I mean, that's a personal answer from me. But I think that even when I go outside, that thinking, and I look at other people's life, or I look at nature as a whole, or I look at, I look at society as a whole, I always see that people are anchored. It might be seen that anchoring maybe is a bad term, but for me, I am not actually looking at it in a bad way. I'm looking at it from both from a biological aspect of it, also, or a social, or from a psychosocial aspect of it. I'm looking at it from all different perspectives, and it seems to me that there is an anchor of some sort, in life as generally. That it's something that we can't, and whether we unfortunately cannot, fortunately or unfortunately, we cannot escape. If you're understanding what I'm getting at.
I am understanding your answer. Yeah.
Mm.
And I want to ask you something about that.
Yeah, sure.
It seems like a lot of it is about safety for you, and how it impacts, how this anchor impacts your life, and if
Yeah,
it's doing more good than harm, then you're keeping it.
yeah. But I also look at it from also an outside perspective. So if you want to ask me, for example, how about other people who, for example, this anchor that has generated positivity to your life, how is it that when we look at society, for example, in certain aspects, that it is generating negativity? For example, we can also talk about that if you would want to look at it that way. I don't know.
That's a good point. It's a different direction. We could get back to that in a moment. But I want to ask you an important question.
Sure.
So does the truthfulness of this anchor matter? Like, does it factor in your assessment? And if so, how much compared to the comfort that it gives you, or the harm and benefits assessment?
Yes. In terms of ultimate truth, I don't know if we can know for sure. To be honest, if any anchor out there is truly like the truth, if you like. I guess it depends on what you mean by truth here, because this is now we're entering into into definitions of what truth is, or and I know that can be very winded, and it can be very fuzzy, fuzzy to actually know what truth is, what you mean by truth in that case. Could you elaborate on what you mean by truth, if you would?
Sure. I mean, like the truthfulness of these rules being from God, like the fact that is that whether it is a fact or not that it actually happened, that Muhammad got a revelation from God, and that he said so and so and so, and these are the rules that you live by. Does the truthfulness of whether this happened matter to you? And if so, how much compared to the other assessment of how much harm and benefit it causes?
To a certain degree, yes, it does matter, because as I said, that I want, what I want for myself. Of course, I want it for others, or I wouldn't want something bad for others. If I want something for myself, I would also want it for others. Phrased differently. So let's assume that the prophet was, let's say, lying, that he didn't get any message, or he was crazy, or he was or he was just making things up. Well, I mean, yes, I would see I would see it being negative in that case, because I think that though it might reward certain people with that a positive anchor in their life, though it might, that you're still robbing certain people of certain freedoms. So if it does turn out that he was lying, then there is too much, like, for example, that has been taken away from people's lives, because of this particular lie. So in that case, like, for example, yes, in that case, that I would consider the truthfulness an important aspect in my judgment.
So how would you, if you were to give it a percentage, right? The reason why you retain your faith right now, what
Yeah.
percentage of it is because of your assessment that you said of how beneficial it is to you, and what percentage is because it seems truthful?
Oh, that's a good one. I mean, a percentage.
Or a number out of 10, if it makes it simpler, but it doesn't have to be very exact,
Okay.
just
Yeah,
an
okay. Yes.
estimate.
Let's tackle it one at a time. Okay. What was the first one?
So what are the factors, or I'll let you list them yourself. What are
Okay.
the factors aside from, okay, including actually being birthed into it, what are the factors that cause you to be a Muslim today? And how much does each of them weigh in, compared to the total?
Okay. So, as I said, yes, by being bathed into it, yes, that's one of them. But I don't include it in my assessment of the truth of it being true. I leave that out completely. So I would like to stay as unbiased as I can when I'm assessing the truthfulness of it. As far as the truthfulness of it, I guess one of them, as I mentioned, would be the impact that it has on my life, whether it is impacting it in a negative or positive way. That's one of the factor. Another
How
factor.
would you rate that out of 10?
Okay. I would say maybe that's like that's like a 7. I would say.
That's like 70% of why you remain
Yeah.
a Muslim is because of that.
Yeah, I would say the way it impacts my life, it impacts my life in a positive way. That's a very, very, because if it is, because regardless of whether it is true or not, I mean, if it is, if regardless of whether it is true or not, if it's impacting someone negatively, like it kind of it would backfire, like
Mhm.
if it is true and it's impacting you in a negative way, like, why would you continue doing it? Because
Mhm.
so for me, that's why, for example, it weighs a lot. Like it has all up to 70%.
And you said that your birth into it doesn't factor into whether it's true or not, but does it
Yeah.
factor, like, how much out of 10 would it factor into that you're a Muslim today?
I would say like me eh, as okay in terms
And
of
you change
in
the
terms
numbers, by the way, because you only have 10 points to play with,
okay.
right? So
Okay.
yeah.
Sure. In terms of, I would say, if I am to give it a number, like, and we have up to 10, if I am to give it, I would say a 1 at the most. And the reason why is because, as I said, when I began, I said, why do I continue? Because I wanted to rephrase it and to be clear. Why do I continue after I have assessed the
Mhm.
different things? So why do I still continue? You see, because I wanted to be as unbiased as possible. So I should not count the fact that I was born into it to play a role in it being truthful, or in the claim being true. So I wanted to remove that. Let's assume I
I,
don't have
I do want to ask about that, by the way, before you go on.
sure,
So,
sure.
um, so yeah, so you said 7 out of 10 is because it impacts your life positively, more
Yeah.
positively than negatively. 1
Mhm.
out of 10 is because it's you were born into it, but
Yes.
you're trying to assess it in the other ways. That's why they weigh, 9 out of 10 for the rest.
Yeah.
And the last two, is it about what is the last two about?
The last two, I would say, like, for example, from the historical aspect of it, and from the because I also have to look at it from a historical, aspect of it. Is it like, okay, if we look at the way history plays out, could this be true? Like, if I look at history, historically wise, like, could
So,
this?
so the last two is the truthfulness of it, and the
Yeah.
criteria for that is historical evidence.
Yes, so I have to look at it from and I think that because we have to also be able to talk about, for example, okay, like, if I say I believe that God exists, I think that there needs to be more there, from my understanding. Like, for example, like, what do you mean? Which God, or how do you define God? Like, for example, or how do you define? What's your interpretation of the Quran? How do you understand the Quran? That all these things are very subjective, to me personally, and so I would be able to give you an answer as to why, and all those things will have to do with how, for example, I define certain things or how I interpret the Quran. If you would, so if you to ask me, okay, well, um, you've looked at it from a historical understanding, and when we look at historically, we can see that Islam, for example, claims to be a monotheistic religion, and we can assess from history that monotheism might have come from polytheism. How do you understand that? Like, we can go into such understanding, and again, it comes down to my own definitions of what do I mean when I say God, or what do I mean when I say the divine, or how do I interpret the Quran, for
Mhm.
example.
So I understand your split now. It's 7-1, right? 7 is the impact it has on your life.
Yes.
2 is the truthfulness using historical evidence, I
Yes.
suppose, and 1 is the coincidence of being born into it, or the circumstance of being
Yes.
born into it.
Yes.
Um, I have 2 questions about that. I'll ask them, and then you can answer each of them.
Sure.
Um, the first question is, you had mentioned, or I had asked, what about do you assess the impact that it has on society and other people, or like not just personally, or does that factor into your 10? If so, where would that fit? And the second question would be, since you only give 1 point, so 10% importance to the fact that you were born a Muslim, do you
Mhm.
think that had you been born elsewhere, the 90% would make you be a Muslim today without that
Oh,
10%?
yes. Yes. That one was to the last question, because it was the one that was ringing more into my brain. It's because it was very close to the other one. For example, I will try to cover it up. But yes, the 90%, for example, can still lead to someone becoming Muslim. Now, the question is then, what do you mean by Muslim? Do you mean someone who who uh, who who follows Muhammad, who follows the Quran? Is that what you define as Muslim? I think
isn't
you
that
need.
the Islamic definition of Muslim?
Well, no, and not according to me anyway. I know that traditionally, yes, but Quranically speaking, personally, I don't think that that is what is the definition of a Muslim is someone who follows Muhammad per se, because then you would have to ask, okay, what about the people who were before Muhammad?
Well,
Okay,
they say, I mean, those were believers in other ways, following the same prophets from the same source. But
yeah, but
going
that was
forward, I mean, past Muhammad, isn't a Muslim a person who, like, to follow Islam or to be a Muslim, you have to observe the 5 pillars?
well, no, I think that a Muslim, for example, Muslim can be still detached from who Muhammad is. And again, this is where, for example, I would segue or maybe from the traditional understanding that maybe the traditional understanding is that Islam is to pray 5 times a day and to believe there is no God but Muhammad. Muhammad is the messenger of God, to pay the zakat, to give the Hajj and all that, the 5 pillars. And also they talk about the 6 pillars of faith and also ihsan and that kind of things. But for me personally, I think that Islam is it's not a monopoly. It's very dynamic. It has different shades to it. And in some under that Islam, you have the Islam, for example, that is people who are Muslim who follow, the Sharia of Muhammad. But then you have other Muslims who follow different kinds of Sharias.
But I
If
mean, it all ties back to Allah and the Quran, for example, right?
well,
Let's
yes, it does. I mean, for me personally, so personally, for example, I could assess. For example, I could say, okay, I believe in God. Okay, I believe that there is such thing as prophethood, and there are different prophets who have been sent. Now, which prophet Sharia do I want to follow? You see, I could.
well, I mean, so going back to the question, you said that 10% is because you were born Muslim.
Yeah.
So you,
No, 10, not 10. Yes, 10%. Yes,
yeah,
10%.
or 1 out of 10.
Yes.
So what you're trying to say is what I'm understanding is, had you not been born Muslim, the 90% could still lead you to be Muslim, but with a
Yes.
different definition of Muslim, not the strict one we think of. So
Yes.
basically, but it would still involve God and religion, maybe a different prophet.
Yeah, it would still. It would still involve, a certain definition of who God is. Like, for example, that
Well, what makes you certain of that it
if you
would
are.
include God in the anchor?
Well, because I mean, if you just say that if you were born in a different religion or under a different, religion, so it would be there per se. I mean, if you're born in that, so the other
Well, what if you're
90%.
born into not a religion?
Okay, if we are looking at it from that perspective, yes, then the dynamic shifts a little. That if you're born, but again, this was personally for me. So if we are applying the same to another person, I don't think that the same factors would hold. Like I could say, for example, that if a person is born under Christianity, that God would play a role, in that, for example, in their life. But if someone is born from outside, I would say yes, that they would still that the different that it would be different factors, for example, playing in their life if they were born under a family or household which is not non-Islamic, because this is personal. This is subjective. My assessments and my factors, they are very personal. They're subjective. They're to me, because you ask me what do I to my life as far as my life is concerned. But if we
So
are talking about
wouldn't
the
you have
whole,
to amend the answer then to, like, if the importance is only 10% for you, like I'm just
for me,
talking about you,
yeah.
um, that would imply that without, like, had you been born into any or no religion, the
Mhm.
90% would bring you back. But what you're saying now is that if you were still born into some form of religion, then the 90% would bring you back to some form of religion that is somewhat, that you would consider to possibly be Islam, but not the strict definition.
Yes, that's what I was getting at. Yes.
So what if you take out of the equation being born into a religious or spiritual family at all?
Well, yes. In that case, then you would of course remove the God aspect of it. or God being, true. But as far as the other things are concerned, the anchoring, the positivity, and all those things, they would still apply. Like, for example, there would be something, hopefully, that would impact me in a positive light. I would have a different kind of anchor, I hope, that could impact my life in a positive way.
But would it be religious at that point?
Not necessarily, no. I mean, certain people, for example, can be born in a household which is non-religious, but then they have religious impacts on them, like religion impacts them. Let's say, like, for example, you're
Wait,
born in.
1 second. Do you attribute like a lot of the morality and this anchor that you would call, do you attribute it to religion? Are you saying even if someone is not born religious, they might receive the same values, good religious
Exactly.
values?
Yes.
But what makes you think that these values are religious rather than the other way around? Because
No, I'm using the term, when I say religious, I'm using it because that's the connotation we're saying. You have religious morals and so I'm using it in that sense. But I'm saying that morals that come from religion or morals that come from outside religion don't necessarily have to be at odds. Sure, you have certain things here and there that might be at odds, but overall you would find that they are actually aiming towards the same goal. I think, personally, I think that they're all aiming towards the same goal, and that is the well-being of people.
well,
And
what do you think came first then? Like that's like the chicken or the egg
yeah,
question. Do you think?
as I said before, again, that regardless of whether religion is there or not, people would still arrive at good morals. So hence, these morals or have to proceed, to proceed. Religion just basically took what was there, and just gave it like a new name or a new spin on it. These things were already there. People were still implementing these things. I mean, the religion just, if you look at the Ten Commandments, for example, yes, you can negate, for example, the first two because those have to specifically have to do with God. But the other ones that have to do with moral behavior, those were already there. It's nothing new that God told. God didn't need to tell people don't kill. It's not something that you need to tell people. People would come to that conclusion by themselves. So that is instilled in us. We would have it either way. Religion just basically, it just gave it a new spin, if you like.
Yeah, I get what you mean there. I do have. I'm gonna let you share anything you want. One more thing, and I do have one more question for you.
Sure.
So I'll go first. I'll ask you. You had mentioned earlier your anchor. The way that you described it, it's a lot similar to mine, and you had mentioned how it is not necessarily religious, right? Like it's that principle, as you were saying now, it can be parallel to religion, or at least to what you perceive as the good morals from religion.
Yes.
So what is the need for the religious part of it specifically for you? And if you lost the religious part of it, say, some evidence came to light and it's very obvious to you that it's the religion is the truth aspect is taken out, do you think you still have the same anchor without the religion part?
Yeah, I would say that you would still have, for example, as I say, religion, for example, as I said, it basically just sort of like took hold of these morals or these behaviors and just put a new spin on it. That people would still arrive at the same morals or at the same good behavior, regardless of whether religion is there or not. So I know now I've lost track. Could you repeat the question again? Sorry.
Sure. Yes, since you mentioned all that, if you lost the religious aspect of the anchor, do you
Yes.
think you'll be fine with the rest of it? Like that would be sufficient for you to give you the same kind of safety and support and so on?
Yes, of course. I mean, if the other things were also impacting my life in a positive way,
Yeah.
like yes, then yeah, I think I would be fine. I mean, I wouldn't. I wouldn't like feel regret, in that sense, or I wouldn't feel like I'm missing something.
So the only thing, like the final factors tying you to the religious anchor of it is, well, the 10% being born into it, and also the historical proof of it, in a sense, the truthfulness of it.
And also, yes, and also because the truthfulness of it is that it complements very well my own understanding of how the world works. Like I see a complementary, I see them going, fitting well, if you like. So I don't see a point in shifting away from that.
Yeah, that makes sense. That you, at least for you, you wouldn't see a point in getting rid of the religious part of it.
Yeah, so for me, it doesn't really impact at all. Like, for example, okay, I could decide to become, to leave, that understanding, if there was another way that was impacting my life in a positive or even in a more positive way. But I still think that it doesn't really, there's no necessity, behind it. Yeah.
Well, the last thing I would ask about that is, does empathy for the impact it has on others aside from you, does it play into this equation at all?
Yes, definitely. As I said also that if it turns out that the prophet was lying, so that, and people have been following this lie.
No, without the truthfulness of it, those are two different things.
Okay.
Like, if
No,
you're
I'm
like putting
leaning towards
aside assessing if it's true or not, but I'm not going to say presume it's true, but just take that out of the equation. Does the impact that it has on others, the way that you assessed your 70%, does the impact it have on others affect your calculation at all?
I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say so, because I know, personally, from my own assessment or interpretation of it, I know like what it is, from my own understanding, as the best way I can understand it, is that I know what it is. So if other people, for example, are being impacted by it in a wrongful way, I don't know exactly if that would question. I think I would still lean back and just say, well, those people are not understanding it the way I understand it. So in that sense, that I am, of course, sympathetic, to people when they get, negatively impacted by religion, obviously, but as far as does it play a role in whether, in for example, in the way I practice it, or in the way I see the truthfulness in it, no, it doesn't impact it in that sense, because I already have like my own understanding of it. So and I know, or as far as I know, those people who are being impacted negatively by it, I think that there's sort of like a miscommunication, and we go back to that. There's a conflict within the individual themselves.
So yeah, so in other words, you would think that the people negatively impacted by it, it's not the fault of the religion itself; it's the fault of the person.
Yeah, I would say, no, not fault of the person, because we have to be. It's not so much the fault of the person, but there's a lot of things that play a role in someone when they get impacted by religion. Some people, when they get negatively impacted by religion, they, it can have a lot of different, factors that play a role. So it's not.
But none of those factors are the religion itself. The factors are all outside of the religion. They're either with the individual or otherwise.
Okay, I need to be careful here. uh, my personal belief is, obviously, all religions are man-made to a certain degree. All religions. So that goes for Islam as well. There are, let's say, and when what I mean by that, I need to clarify before someone starts, typing like, What did you just say?
That's shirk. That's shirk.
Yeah, because someone starts, doing takfir. I mean, I'm sure someone already has. But what I mean by that is that, I mean, if you look, let's be realistic. If you look at all religions, like it comes down to the opinion of people. All religions pretty much come down, to the opinions of people. So what people think about that religion, that's what makes the religion. Islam is what it is today because of what the scholars have interpreted it to become. So in that aspect of it, so you could say to that
The human
level,
influence factor
yeah,
is important.
exactly, yeah, the human influence of it is very, very, it plays a huge role. I would say it plays the main role, actually, in my own understanding of religion. And and when you have people being impacted by religion, it's that, it's that human influence, that really forces the human being to have that conflict within themselves. That's why, for example, people, they end up, going into conflict with one another about which religion is right, which sect is the correct one. Even within the same religion, they start fighting within, all this infighting and all that. It happens because at the base of it, it is a human construct, basically, as time goes on, that it gets packaged, repackaged, and repackaged, and repackaged, and given to the masses. It's repackaged like that. And then, people just follow what is already repackaged and packaged and packaged and packaged. And you have to peel away all these different, things in order to arrive at the core. I always portray it as, you have a snowball, or a piece of stone. For example, you throw off a mountain that has snow on it, and as it rolls down, it keeps picking up more snow, and at the end, just filled with snow, that you no longer can see the stone. You see, so that's
And the
how I
snow is the human influences.
exactly. And so with religion, or with Islam particularly, you have it is so packaged that nowadays, that you don't even know where the stone is, or you don't even believe there is a stone. You just see the snow. You think that's what it is. From
Well,
my
do you
understanding,
see that that's like, I would see that as a fault in the design of the stone and the thrower of the stone. What would you attribute all this human influence to?
well, I mean, I would say that, I would say initially, or essentially, that the stone was not meant to be perfect as we presupposed it was supposed to be. So we presuppose that,
But
okay,
the
because
stone
this is,
says that it is perfect, right?
no, I don't see. Again, that's where we arrive at. Do I think that the stone says it is perfect? I don't believe it does. Okay, I don't believe
And
that the stone
doesn't the
says that.
Quran like claim a lot of perfection for Allah and Islam and the Quran itself?
And I wouldn't say that. You see, if you provided me, for example, a verse that actually said, like, for example, okay, we can you provide me a verse in the Quran that says that God is perfect?
Off
I
the
mean,
top
you
of
have
my head,
you had the word perfect in, or fully perfect, or those words were there. So
there's well,
why
there's
not use it?
there's a verse, I can't remember the citation, but it says, if it were from other than Allah, they would have found a lot of differences in it.
Yeah.
And that's talking about the perfection of the Quran and how there is no contradiction at all.
Well,
Yeah.
okay. Let me comment on that. See, when the Quran is okay, let's put the Quran aside for a second. Let's say that this statement is said by me. Let's say I'm having a conversation with someone, okay? And I say, look, okay, if it was said by anyone other, okay, if it was said by anyone other than me, you would have find, contradictions that I would be contradicting myself if in this statement that I've said, okay? Now, I am not speaking as far as what would happen to the statement once it has left my presence. Once it goes out there, anybody can take that statement and shift it and contradict it and do anything they want with it.
But is it intentional? This kind of this snow packing on the rock
Well,
on the stone, is that intentional? You think?
yeah, I think that just because something, I think we have like a understanding that, okay, because it is from God, it has to be perfect. But there has never been that criteria before. Like, why? Like, for example, I always ask, for example, when Muslims say, well, the Quran is perfect, and I said, why? Like, why does it have to be perfect? Okay, well, then they say, well, if it is from God, then I remember once Muhammad Hijab said that if a book, he was debating some Christian, the Quran or the Bible, and basically says, if a book is from God, then it has to be perfect, right? That it cannot have any contradictions. That statement in of itself is so wrong, particularly for the individual who believes in previous revelations, which they believe have been corrupted.
Yeah.
You see,
But
so
that's the specialty of Islam, right? That's the claimed specialty, that it is incorruptible and it's the final correction to all of these. So
that
if it is one more corruptible one, how do you know, or that it's not necessarily perfect? How do you know that there can't be another revision? Or do
no,
you say there can be another revision?
if there did come another revision, sure, we would take that into assessment and we would
But
look at it.
doesn't Islam say that the Prophet is the final messenger?
Again, I can only assume that from what we know from tradition, that if you say, doesn't the hadith say the Prophet is the last messenger, is the last prophet? Okay,
I
I
think
would
it's also
say
in the Quran,
yes.
I would think.
Yeah, you could say that. I mean, from the Quran, depending on your own understanding of what the verse Khatamun Nabiyyin means, that necessarily means that he's the seal, the last one. But a Khatam also has different understandings or different meanings. Khatamun Nabiyyin, that could just mean that someone who is like the seal of approval for other prophets. In other words, that he's like the seal of approval, like that to say that those were those people who came before, the prophets that came before, those have my seal of approval. In other words, those you can accept, or those ones, they were true. So in other words, that he's the Khatamun Nabiyyin, he's the seal, he's the one who puts that seal on that what they said was right. In that, because the Quran does confirm much of what they said, or it does repeat the same message as they said. So if you look at it from that way, you could understand that the verse is not talking about finality of prophethood. Sure, you can go with the understanding that it refers to finality of prophethood, but then you would have to include other materials such as the hadith, whether you would say, well, here the prophet says, "Wala nabiyyi ba'di," that there is no prophet that is coming after me. So that would mean, then yes, you would have a case closed in that case. In that way, you would have a case closed in that sense.
Yeah, I know that there's a lot of people in the comments who are trying to argue this point and like give references and so on.
Mm.
Off the top of my head, I can't give many because I can't cite off the top of my head, but
Eh,
I'm not quite interested in arguing against that point. I'm only interested in, like, I learned today that I don't know what percentage of Muslims or how many Muslims out there exist like you who have this kind of opinion, but it is good to know that you do exist, and I'm hearing it from you. That's all
yeah.
I care about in this conversation, to be honest.
Mm.
So even if my inclination is to disagree, especially because of my Sunni upbringing,
Mm.
I don't care to argue about it and be like, no, you're wrong because so and so.
Mm.
So anyway, I'm glad that you shared that with me, and yeah,
Yeah.
that pretty much answers my questions.
Yeah.
Is there anything that you want to ask or tell me?
Yeah, yes, I don't know how much time do I have? If I
We do have to get to the next caller soon, so yeah, we'll just make it one final thing.
Okay, because I mean, essentially, I also wanted to talk about that issue of the wife beating issue thing, because I didn't
Yeah.
catch that stream. Yes, I know
Yeah.
you made it a very long time ago, and I wanted to put in my
I could
about it,
do
but
another one of them, but
yeah, but
yeah, I don't think we can get into it today just
no,
because yeah,
no,
there are other people
unfortunately, no.
waiting. Yeah.
No, unfortunately, no. But yeah, that was my own understanding. I believe that, for example, I believe that Islam again is not it's not a monopoly. It's not one thing. It's very dynamic, and you can have different people. And I have the Quranic, evidence for these views. By the way, it's not like I'm just, you know, I know both the Hadith understanding of it, or of what has come down to us from tradition, but I also have Quranic evidences for the views that I have, for example. So not like I'm speaking outside of knowledge. Sometimes you have some Muslims who, when you mention or when you say an opinion that goes against their own understanding, they tend to say, "Oh well, you lack knowledge." That is usually the go-to move.
No, you do have the knowledge, you just interpret it differently.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
because you interpret it, so I've heard this a lot from certain Muslims specifically. So if there are any Muslims out there who are listening, people would come up with, this verse says that, or that verse says that. I have memorized the Quran. I have also learned many hadiths. So I am aware of these, these arguments that people would, would interject with. And usually people come up, say that, oh, well, it's because you don't have knowledge. That's why you are saying what you're saying. Well, I know it's just because I don't I don't agree with you. Sorry. I mean, I've had this conversation with some other brother.
Oh, sorry, that was accidental.
Yeah. So I've had a brother who said to me once, when I was having a conversation with him about this, and I happened to mention some of my views, and then and then in those views I happened to mention the traditional understanding, and they quoted back the traditional understanding to me, and I said, "Brother, I just quoted that same thing."
Yeah.
Okay, so I know what it is, and then they responded by saying, "Well, you have not studied, or you don't have enough knowledge."
Well, I hope you can get in conversations where you can do this publicly and, have a back and forth about it.
Yeah,
That would be
yeah,
interesting to watch.
yeah,
Yeah.
me too. Thank you very much. I'm so appreciative of you doing these streams, and thank you for the time this time.
Thank you.
Thank
Yeah.
you very much, and peace to everybody out there.
Yeah. Take care, Rashid, and have a good one.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Yeah, thanks again to Rashid for the call. Rashid was the only one in the waiting room, so we took our time, and it was a very interesting conversation. So yeah, I'm getting to Sami next. I'm just gonna read a couple of or a few chats that I had started. Hassan Adwan says, "I totally empathize with Rashid's desire for comfort, anchor, structure, and balance, but one has to truly believe in order to receive those benefits. So, what makes you truly believe?" We had discussed this, and yeah, based on his answer, it's an amalgam of things, and the truthfulness of the religion is partial, motivation in this belief, but I still don't quite understand, and that's something I'm working on with a lot of people. Belief for me is a lot more solid and heavy of a concept, and I don't truly mean I don't truly know what it means to believe when people have a definition of it that involves a lot of components that aren't one coherent big reason. But I guess with time I might learn that. Some comments I found interesting. You can pause to read, but we did touch on those topics. And Secular Spirit says we all need a foundation in life to ground us. Calling it a leash or rope is revealing because it implies restriction and control. There is a degree of control there, and we explored a bunch of different analogies. Safety net might be a better phrase, but that implies a lot less restriction. Yeah. Yeah, and we do admire his openness to saying, I don't necessarily know if I know the truth. And Stop Scamming Man, thanks for the super chat, says, now that you're a full-timer, I think you need to get some Apostate Aladdin merch going and linked in every video. You already have an excellent brand. For those who don't know, I recently announced that it's extremely difficult to maintain the channel with, a 9 to 5 and a personal life. So I made a decision to take a break from my full-time work. And I'll be dedicating more time to the channel and yeah, relying on savings and whatever I get from the channel, donations and otherwise to sustain myself till I decide whether I can keep going or whether I would have to shift back to a hybrid model again. And stop scam. Oh yeah, and I'm not sure if I'm gonna have merch or something, possibly in the future, but I don't quite like it being about me because I don't want to be the figurehead per se. Like I don't when I make merch, if I make merch, my artist Jasmine has a lot of ideas, very talented with a lot of good ideas for that kind of thing too. But I want it to be less about my brand as Apostate Aladdin and more about the cause itself, or I don't know, something funny about the channel. But I just don't want to be at the center of it. So it's tricky. And again, thanks for the super chat. Says Stop Scamming Man says there are ex-Muslims with credit where it's due outlook on the religion, yet very few, if any, ex-Muslim women who keep wearing hijabs out of choice, saying they still think it's liberating or healthy. Believe it or not, I have a friend who is not ex-Muslim, but in I don't even want to call it a phase, but in a position where she's kind of in between, doesn't believe but not quite an ex-Muslim, or not sure what she believes, and she's not visiting it at the moment. She is still wearing the hijab, and I don't want to share too much because it's personal, so I'm not trying to dox anyone out there, but she wears it out of comfort and non-religious reasons, but it's not because as a concept covering hair is more comfortable. It's just the routineness of it and how she's used to it. But she's also going through experiences of liberating herself from it a little bit. It's a journey, and I don't know where it's going to end. I don't know if at the end of it she's going to completely take it off. So yeah, it's complicated because it has to do more. It's not really about the concept of a hijab being protective and safety inducing. It's about the routineness of it and the comfort of being raised doing things a certain way. You know what I mean? Yeah, and I agree with Misha that when I do things not for the credit, or not for the good deeds, or not because religion says so and so on, it feels a lot more selfless and it feels better in a sense. And thanks for joining the channel, Misha. That's very nice of you. Okay, now I'm gonna take the next caller. So the next caller is Sami. Adding you if you're ready in 3, 2, 1. Hey, Sami, how's it going?
Hey, Aladdin. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, happy to have you.
Yeah, man. Thank you, and thanks to everybody in the stream for attending the stream and watching. And just to say this in the start, excuse my lack of preparation if I miss up or stumble.
That's
I
okay.
just saw you guys online and thought, you know what, maybe I'll be able to contribute something positive.
Yeah.
Though, as
Hey,
to
I'll let you in on a secret.
yeah,
I didn't prepare for this either, so
yeah,
we're all good.
you're a natural at this. You don't need to prepare.
Thank you. Thank you.
So yeah, I can't say much, but my name is Sami, and I'm a Muslim. And yeah, just wanted to share my 2 cents on the topic. So yeah, going from the topic of the stream, why do you believe? Well, I guess whatever answer I'm going to give is going to be an oversimplified version. So we'll just go with I'll just go with this. I'd say 2 reasons: um, logical and practical. Logical being it's a top to bottom reasoning. You first want to establish some sort of a presupposition to reality. What's the origin of all things? And as to the practical aspect to it is, well, how would that manifest if that belief or that I guess religion were to manifest within society? And so, to what degree is it beneficial? So you could say there is a pragmatic side to the conviction, and then there is the philosophical faith aspect to it. And if you want me to elaborate on any of these, happy to do so.
Okay, yeah, that's a good basis. Just give me 1 second to write it down. So you said it breaks down to two components, basically the logical, the practical, and the logical will be the philosophical, and it has to do with the origin of life, and the practical, pragmatic is about how that looks like in a society and how beneficial it is. How
Yeah.
much would you weigh either of those in how much they factor into your belief or your belief in Islam today?
Oh, well, there is no doubt that there are so many factors that are outside of our control. The first to start off with geography, culture, what is it called? Genetic, maybe, the language, the entire history that surrounds the environment in which you were born, you were brought to adhere to its values. So no one can actually claim to 100% take credit for whatever values or beliefs they hold. So, which is why even within Islam, people say, uh, well, you're aware, for example, if someone were to see someone sick, they are commanded or they're encouraged to say, well, thank God that he had made us fortunate, because we could have been in that, we could have been in their shoes. And in the same line of thinking, faith to some degree is a gift that some people are gifted and some people struggle more to get to it. And you probably would agree, even from your own position, if you were to say, or if someone were to say, whoever they are, that to be able to not to free yourself from whatever superstitious restriction is a gift that some people are able to get to and some people are still stuck into, which is why we do what we do to, I guess, to give them another alternative way of life. But yeah.
That's very interesting. Okay, let me revisit that. So you mentioned that faith is a gift that some are blessed with, some are not. And on the other side of things, freedom to break free is a gift that some are blessed with, some are not. Um,
Well,
and
yeah,
it's,
I mean,
yeah,
yeah, I guess I have to elaborate on the answer because I kind of gave a shortcut answer to it. But to answer your question in a much more holistic fashion, I'd say, in regard to, will, to what degree do you credit yourself with the current beliefs that you have? Well,
that's not
I don't.
exactly what I was asking, but I do want to hear the answer to that too.
Oh, well, I don't know, simply because it's just too complicated to quantify it. Like you can't just give it uh, quantity. Well, I think it's probably this or that. Whatever number you're gonna give, it's gonna be either too short or too big. Someone is gonna think you're too arrogant, or someone is gonna think you're not giving yourself too enough credit. So, and even I myself don't know. So I'd say the best, I guess, is it's for others to decide. It's like basically saying, do you think you're a good person? I would like to think that, but you would know much better from other people than to know from me, because there's all sort of biases that people have about themselves. So it's really hard to get a quantitative answer in regards to these personal questions. Like, to a degree are you good? To a degree are you a good person? To a degree do you think you've achieved all of this intellect on your own? Like, obviously these are too difficult to answer. It's just too complicated. And there's a lot of biases, like I mentioned.
So do you think that it's more for others to quantify for you your reasons to believe than I know that it's a complicated assessment and especially to put numbers on it. I don't actually hold people to those numbers because
Oh,
they
no, no,
don't,
no.
yeah.
That's not what I'm saying.
Mhm.
I'm just saying it's just too complicated, and I'm pretty sure everyone watching would agree with that. So I wouldn't say
It
we
it
have any
definitely is, yeah.
disagreement.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Does the does the
nevertheless, I would
complication
say,
go ahead.
yeah, but I agree with you. It's an interesting question to explore. Like, to what degree do you think you're fortunate or not? And because there is also the aspect of, well, what do you think of those that are less fortunate than you are to not find the truth? I mean, that would be the second follow-up questions naturally to that one. And
That's
yeah.
that's good intuition right there. We'll get to that one. So, um, man, the questions are popping up quicker than I can ask them. So yeah, it is complicated to assess and quantify all these factors that led to you being a believer, and especially to how much you give yourself credit for it,
Or non-believer
um,
for that matter.
or a non-believer. Um, did it cross your mind before to assess those factors?
Oh yeah, I mean, whenever you're confronted with worldviews that you're trying either to dissect, to understand, or even criticize, part of the criticism that you would like to, or you're about to use, is to, I guess, analyze to what degree people have achieved or reach these beliefs on their own, and then you would point out to their cognitive biases, the bad influence that they have had, or the lack of enough information that they've had to make that decision. And then you would hope that would shake their worldview enough, or at least that's what I would do. Typically, if I would talk to a Christian, talk to a Hindu or an atheist, I would try to explore as to, well, it's kind of in the same line of thinking that you're going right now. So,
Well, that's a very good point, by the way, what you said about when confronting different worldviews. I
yeah,
personally have learned a lot about myself and my beliefs and developed them with time. The more that I asked people about theirs, or the more that I thought about my previous one. So it's been very beneficial for me with each of these conversations. Whether I'm asking the question or I get asked a question, it pops up, some thoughts in me, and it's
there's no help
development.
in it. There's no help in it. At some point, you're just gonna be tainted by the same thing that you're trying to, I guess, apply to others. It's just
That's the thing. I wouldn't
part of
call it
the fun. Yeah.
tainted, though. No, like if
Well, I guess yeah, you know
it,
what I mean, but
yeah, you may mean, I guess, touched, I suppose.
well, I guess it depends on. I guess given that both of us come from I guess, a Sunni background, then it's natural that doubt is normally perceived
Oh,
as not necessarily a bliss. So it's something to be tainted by if you're not
got you.
careful. So it's useful if you're doubting those that are different. But if it gets, I guess if you sink enough to it, then it might be just as well to be a curse, I guess. If it deviates
Mhm.
you too much from the truth and you're disoriented and not organized as to borrow a word from a sheet to the anchor, so you don't have anything to stand on, then it's not necessarily a bliss, I guess.
Man, I've got 1,000 things to say and ask. So the way that you said, yeah, tainted. I was thinking about it from my point of view, where I'm thinking, like, when I ask a believer or non-believer a question, that I'm not tainted by their point of view. And it's not even about whether I'm borrowing part of their point of view going forward. Sometimes I am, but sometimes just having them confront that question makes me confront that question, or they come up with a question that I never thought of. So that back and forth is great. And I see now why. To me, it doesn't feel like it's tainted because I don't have that path that I'm afraid to stray from, per se. Not to mean that I don't care about the truth, or I don't care about finding a path in life, but it's less that I know what the path is and straying away from it is trouble, and more like I'm finding it as I go. And, my recurring assessment of it keeps me on that path, whatever that looks like. And yeah, and
Yeah, absolutely, I would agree with that. I mean, it's kind of and also when you reflect on these questions that you're trying to ask, or these worldviews that you're trying to criticize, by reflecting on them, by taking, let's say, by going through the simulation of being the other person, not only would you be a better person in terms of analyzing their beliefs and understanding it, because that's the end goal here, is to try to understand why do they believe what they believe, and how can I dissect it and criticize it. But that would also reflect
not necessarily the criticized part.
for a lot of people in their minds, when I say criticism is, when they say literary criticism, for example,
You mean like
it,
scrutiny,
it, it,
or like?
well, it's not necessarily negative, because essentially what it means is to, um, to dismember. I don't know why would I use that word, but like, to dismember
To
the ideology.
dissect?
Yeah, probably I would want it,
Yeah.
absolutely. And then eventually, because you're trying to use it that strategy to the best of your ability, eventually you're going to use it subconsciously or consciously to your own ideas. And that's where the danger lies, for example, which is why, for example, even you might be aware of, for example, Abdullah al-Qasimi, who's a Muslim sheikh who have became an apostate. I think that was in the 20th century or late 20th century, I believe. If you're not aware of him, he's basically, he was a formidable Muslim Sunni sheikh who have wrote lots of books criticizing Shia sect. And at some point in his life, because he was so good at what he was doing, let's say he got tainted by the doubts, and that reflected on his own Sunni background, and at some point he just left the belief system and became an apostate and started writing book criticizing Islam as a whole rather than just one sect.
So, okay, you keep using the word tainted, and I understand why. And
I'm
that
happy to use an alternative if you have another one.
no, I'm not upset
Oh,
that you're using the word.
yeah.
It is your word, and it's indicative of how you feel about it or where you're coming from with it, or the way that you say it's dangerous, right? If it's too much exposure to this mentality, might turn against your own beliefs to the point that you stray too far away from the truth.
Oh, yeah,
That's
absolutely. And not only that, I think you would even agree that some people have gone not to the position where you are, and then maybe they have gone too far to the point where they can't even, let's say, have a coherent view of anything because they're just so.
like they're sinking in skepticism and to
Oh
the
yeah,
point of
absolutely. Yeah, and
nihilism. Is that what you're saying?
yeah, and I know even within the midst of, I guess, non-religious thinking, that is also perceived to be a negative thing because it's too far. Let's say. Uh,
That you have to eventually stop scrutinizing every single belief that you have, and that you have to
Well, yeah, or at some point you're going to say, well, nobody exists, it's just me. And yeah, that's hard solipsism for you.
so here's what I want to ask. So it's dangerous, right? Or it could taint you, all the skepticism, but how do you know that the truth that you want to go back to or not stray too far away from is the truth?
Oh, well, that would take us to the, I guess, the logical aspect of my factors as to why I believe. Well, first, why do you believe? Why do you believe? And how then do you compare it to other worldviews to know where it stands in the spectrum of beliefs in general, whether if it's too far or is it balanced, and why would it be either one of these? So, to paraphrase, and you can correct me on this, your question is, well, how do you know that your truth is not too far? That's what you're saying?
No, no, not too far.
Oh,
More like, how do you know that it's dangerous to stray away or to be tainted like
oh,
that? Like, what if someone on a different path, like, I want to use
mhm,
Christianity as a de facto example, but
mhm,
you could
mhm.
think of anything else. What if they feel the same way, that too much skepticism and like these kind of
Well,
open
then
thoughts?
we would agree. Me and the Christian, we would some agreement in that regard. The Christian as well as the Muslim, they both agree that belief in this instance, religion, provide stability for the individual that would expand further into their families as well as the larger society that would basically help them all to give a unified vision, to
But
have a
that's
unified
that's
vision.
the pragmatic side of it, right? That's
Oh,
the societal side of it. But how would you? I'm trying to find a reliable method for both you and the Christian and anyone else to embrace that so-called danger and tainting of mindset, so that they can find the truth. Like, if you're from the point of view of a Christian, and Islam, let's suppose
mm,
Islam is the truth, how would you break their mindset to not see it as a
mm.
danger? And how would you apply that to yourself? How do you know that you're not the Christian in this scenario?
Well, first we have to acknowledge that there is a similarity between Islam and Christianity in terms of
Or other
their.
religions, let's make it clear,
Oh,
any
oh,
other
oh, yeah,
mentality.
but it's well, I guess because it depends because some religions maybe are not as, I guess, what do we call it, restrictive. For example, Buddhism is much more, I guess, lenient in terms of what do you want to do with your life. It's not too holistic of a belief that it wants to inform you as to what you should do in every part of your life, unlike Christianity or Islam. And maybe Islam is much more of a total belief than Christianity. So we first have to acknowledge that the Christian and the Muslim agree that religion, as opposed or in contrast to non-religiosity, is a place of stability. So there is some sort of an agreement, which is why it's an easier, I believe, for a religious person from any background to move to another religion, because in their mind it's like moving from one house to the other, rather than just to go, or from one island to the other, rather than just to go in the middle of the ocean. That would what I would consider in this analogy to be non-religiosity.
Yeah,
Now,
I
obviously, it's a simple analogy. A lot of people use it, but it's very helpful just to get the picture across.
No,
And
I
that's
get what
what
you mean, and I may or may not necessarily agree with that, and I don't really care to get into whether religion does indeed, provide more stability than lack thereof. There's a lot to be said there, but going with what you're saying, yeah. So both of them, the religious and the Muslim, would have that base level of agreement, so it's easier for them to switch. And
right,
there
right.
is an
And
argument to be made
uh,
that once they question their own, they realize that it is, religion is no basis for the truth that way, and so on. Though it could go completely the opposite way, like most apostates don't end up joining another religion. But what I'm trying to figure out is here whether that path that other person is on is religion or otherwise, because I don't want to focus especially on the religious case. How do you, like, their worry, their senses about this danger, this tainting of straying away from their path? How do you break them free from that so they can find the truth, which is Islam? And how do you apply that to yourself?
okay, so let's say that if me and let's say someone who's not religious, let's say an agnostic, we're both trying to convince a Christian, and you would tell me what would be unique about the way I'm trying to attract the Christian. Like, why wouldn't he go to the agnostic or non-religious path? Is that what you're trying to tell me? Like, what is so
Not
unique
quite.
about?
It's whether it's a Christian, Hindu, agnostic, or some path, or just in general any belief, right, religious or otherwise. And it's like a line or road of truth, and you can
Mhm.
apply skepticism and go off of it a bit, but you don't want to veer too far because that's the danger, right?
Because in my worldview, I believe that the Christian has some truth in it. I believe that the Christians have more truth than the agnostic has. They have scored some points, just that they're far ahead of the agnostic or the non-religious in terms of
Mhm.
agreeing that there is some sort of superpower out there. Now,
But
obviously, there's
it's
a
not
disagreement.
necessarily Christian. I'm just placeholder
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
example,
yeah,
right?
yeah. Well, I'm just using it for simplicity, but obviously, we could talk about even Hindus or Jews or other
Yeah, I,
Islamic
I want to
sects.
use a generic a
Yeah,
generic like
yeah, yeah,
placeholder
yeah. It's,
because
it's, it's
because
not an exclusive thing, but I'm
yeah.
just using this for the simplicity's sake.
But that's the
But
thing. I would rather argue that edge case rather than a specific edge case of a Christian or like a believer. Like, I want to know as a generic approach, right? Okay, your
oh, okay,
approach might work
oh,
more for Christians. I get that. Yeah,
okay. So because we started with that with the Christian example, so let's
yeah.
go back and try to rephrase the question in a much more general fashion. You're trying to say then, because we were talking about deviating from the truth, and some paths take you too far. And then the question was, well, how do you know that someone have deviated from the truth if they deviate for Islam, or how do you know that Islam is not, uh, I guess, too far or not the truth?
Like your sense of deviation being danger, right?
Yeah,
That's what keeps you closer to your path because that's
yeah.
part of your core belief. If someone has that in their religious or otherwise belief,
Oh,
how
okay.
would they know that this sense of dangerousness and tainted skepticism, how do they know that this is actually leading them to Islam, which is the true truth, rather
Hmm.
than it's what should be keeping them just like it's keeping you?
Okay, so I'm sorry if I'm not getting this fast enough, but so the so other people have also this sense of they don't want to go too far, whatever belief that they have. They have a
Mhm.
certain worldview and they do want to go too far. And the question is, how do they know that they're not going too far already? That is the question.
No, if you think that your sense of preservation, right, not going too far, is what keeps you on the truth, how would you convince them? Like, what's the method that will convince them that no, that this sense of preservation that they have is not actually leading them to danger, that this
Oh,
deviation is
so
actually going to the truth, to Islam?
so they have a sense of preservation about their own worldviews, and they don't know they're being deviants from the truth. And I'm trying
Yeah,
to
like
tell them
they have a sense of
to give them an
self-preservation.
awareness. So I want to basically give them an awareness that they're actually you're deviating from the truth.
Well, yeah, no, they're deviating from their own path, but you want to tell them keep deviating because you're going to come to my actual truth. But,
Oh, okay, okay. So
you know,
basically, they are already deviating, let's say, from Hinduism or Buddhism or whatever. And
mm,
then I'm trying to tell them, okay, so you're doing very good at deviating from that.
yeah, and you're trying to tell them don't listen to that voice that's telling you that it's a danger and tainted skepticism. That you are actually
Oh,
headed to the right way.
okay. Okay. So I see why now I brought the Christian example, because a Christian could be trying to leave, let's say, okay, a particular somebody in one particular belief system is trying to leave their belief, but they're basically haunted by their conscience because they feel guilty. They feel basically they're doing something wrong. And I'm trying to tell them there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with being skeptical about your current belief, because that's you're actually doing the right thing. Because as soon as you get out of it, you would see that there is something better, which is, let's say in this case, Islam.
But what if
So,
someone said that exact same thing to you, but with
mm,
instead of Islam
and,
something else?
yeah, and how would I combat that if I'm going to use that? Yeah,
Like,
okay.
what's the objective method that both of you could use and a third person could use? So
Well,
yeah, yeah.
obviously, well, in terms of any attempt to transition anyone from any worldview, you would first have some sort of common ground. First, do we agree on reason? Do we agree that on logical principles? Do we agree that there is some sort of higher power? And then establish from these commonalities a path forward. So, if the person was an agnostic and they're deviating away from non-religiosity, they're trying to venture out, but they feel like, because maybe they were brought up in a secular household and they feel guilty because they used to be civilized, and they think, no, I'm just becoming an idiot by going back to these ancient beliefs. I'm trying to tell, no, 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 actually, you're on the right path. Um, so,
Yeah,
so
if
yeah,
someone is
so
if
I
a
want to
Muslim
say,
has that same thought, right? If he's saying, I wait,
how would
no, I
how
like
would I
I
prevent the Muslim from
yeah,
deviating?
or if you're the Muslim, right, and your thoughts are starting to get tainted, and you're thinking, wait, no,
Hmm.
I can't be that skeptical of Allah's existence. I need to go back to my belief. Like I was
Well,
doing fine. How
well,
and like how would you tell them?
what
Mhm.
caused that skepticism to begin with? I guess what sort of reasoning or justification do they have as to why they have this skepticism? And then from there, you could I guess, devise some methods to counter that.
Yeah, so the cause of their skepticism could be, themselves, or you said earlier, that they're thinking, even if they agree on the same principles of logic,
Yeah, it could be
and
an experience they have gone through. It could be some individuals who represent the belief.
no, aside from
Uh,
that, if it's just talking about the belief itself, aside taking away all the factors of misconceptions and things like that, um, like
just not logical enough for them.
yeah, or you had mentioned earlier how the exposure to new worldviews, that's what starts this process of questioning and like skepticism that shouldn't go too far to the point of being, tainting you. What
Yeah.
if, be it personal, not really personal reasons, like if you eliminate all the factors of what if they misunderstood or it was a wrong representation of the religion and so on.
So what factors are remaining now?
So factors like the religion not making sense, like despite trying to understand it, or empathy for, that's another question that I had that you had touched on. What about the others? What about the person on the other path, and how I can see I cannot bring him to this path because there's nothing inherently special about,
Okay, so
my reliance on this path.
there is the part of, well, I'm not buying this story, it doesn't make sense, and there is also the other factor of empathy toward others that are not on my own path. So because of empathy and because of, well, not buying the story, they have this struggle, this skepticism as to whether it's a good thing to stay on this belief system or not. So, well, I guess
Or
with
it's not a decision about whether to stay or not. It's more like it doesn't, I can't believe it kind of thing. It's not
well,
choosing whether to adhere or not. It's more like the realization, because you can't quite, control
well,
whether you believe it or not.
well, I mean, whatever feelings people have, sometimes it's out of their control. Sometimes you get a feeling and you can indulge in that feeling, you can nourish that feeling, and then you make it stronger to the point where what is out of your control. Basically, it's maybe it's food consumption or it's drugs or whatever. You have some sort of temptation to something, and then you can indulge in that. But obviously, I understand what you're saying. They can't help not buying it. They can't help not believing in it. So what to do at this point? How would you try to help an individual like this, or try to, I guess, get them back on what you would consider as the truth? Well, obviously, it's every individual is complex. You cannot just narrow this down to, well, they're just doomed, or you can narrow it down to just, well, they're just misunderstanding. Well, obviously, that would require specific questions as to the context that caused these doubts, because obviously they did not born thinking, well, I don't buy this. At a certain point they thought it was believable, and then after a certain point they thought, I don't know if I believe this anymore. So there was something that happened. Maybe it's too difficult even for them themselves to detect, and that's understandable. There's a lot of details that takes place within our daily lives that we cannot detect or like remember right on the spot. But it would have to be like almost a therapy long session of the two people trying to kind of go through, okay, what happened, and that is not judgmental even, because you're just trying to understand what just happened. That's an objective way
Well,
of trying to understand.
here's what I think, because and I'm gonna make it even more specific by going into using
Good.
myself as that subject, right? It's the way that you're coming at it from. It seems like there is a cause, be it external, be it a combination
Yeah,
of causes, but
or a multitude. Yeah.
but you're not quite assessing, like you're not taking the possibility even that they are reaching a
Oh
valid
no, I already
conclusion.
agreed with you. I already agreed with you
Mm.
there. Yeah, they're not buying the story. They don't believe it.
No,
Fine.
it's
Okay.
not even about their
This is
intention and whatnot. I'm saying like
No, that's the
that.
feeling that they have. I don't believe it. So okay, fine. At this point, I'm not gonna say, well, you're wrong for not believing it. At this point, I'm gonna say, okay, well, so what's the line of reasoning? Walk me through the line of reasoning or the line of experiences, or maybe both, that have led you to that conclusion. I'm not even saying that they're wrong.
No, I get you, but what you're saying is that conversation, the end goal of it is figuring out what went wrong. I'm not saying they have bad intentions to disbelieve and all that stuff, but what went wrong to change their belief. But
Well,
the
maybe I wouldn't use
presumption
wrong
is that,
in that
yeah.
situation, because they probably would perceive it negatively. So I'd probably say, well, what's the line of experiences and
Well, what
logic that you
changed
walk
them?
through?
Like, what took them off the
Yeah,
path?
I
But are
I think
you
it's a
really
fair question.
considering, like, are you considering the possibility that, like, how do you know for certain that there's something that took them off the path rather than the path is invalid?
Oh, okay. So the path is invalid. What illuminated to you that the path is invalid? While I remain in darkness here, deluded, thinking it's actually the right path. So what was it, the illuminating factors that led you outside of the darkness? I want to be enlightened.
Let's put the spotlight on me for a bit. Um, I'll tell you, for example, you had mentioned something. You said they at least they believed at some point and something changed, and we need to identify what that thing is. Or again, there's no hint of blame that I'm sensing here. That's not what I'm highlighting. Um,
Hmm.
I'll
All right.
give you my example. Um, my belief was instilled since youth, so I cannot confidently say I assessed everything. I assessed my beliefs and I retained them, and then at some point something else happened, or like my thinking changed, and then I strayed away. I think I started off from the platform of I believe, and then the more I built on it, the more I questioned. So since I was young, I believed and I was learning about it, and I had questions since I was very, very young, under the age of 10 even. And the answers to those, a lot of them, if they didn't make sense, I did accept the answer of you're too young to understand, or even if you're old, humans are not as wise as God. So there are things we cannot understand. And I still accept that, like that's kind of an unfalsifiable answer in a sense, because
Mm.
yeah, there are things we cannot understand whether God is real or not. So that isn't what really bothered me. But over time, it was things that where Occam's razor would apply, where I would see that the simplest explanation makes sense, but that simplest explanation contradicts my belief system. The explanation that, oh, the guy said that thing in that situation because that was for self-preservation, or because it benefits him. That makes more
Mhm.
sense, that because God has a bigger plan that you don't understand. You know what I mean? Like the human flaw is glaring compared to another presumption on top of another presumption. But I'll give you one huge aspect of what took me off that path, I suppose.
Mm.
um,
All right.
that empathy I mentioned earlier. So again, I remember exactly where I was having these conversations. That's from the age of 16, maybe, or even younger. I would have questions like, okay, so someone being born in a different environment, right, with belief or no belief, but just something different than Islam, how would they be convinced to join Islam? Presuming that, take out of it the influence of bad image of Islam and bad actors and misunderstandings and all that stuff. If they had the best experience and they're taken to a mosque by a good friend that they trust and they have a good sheikh, and everything just doesn't convince them, because not only are they starting from a different point, but to be frank, like even as a believer, I thought, to be frank, a lot of this is so far fetched that you have to rely on this blind faith. And how do you ask someone to rely on this blind faith when they're in the assessment phase? And that got me thinking and realizing, oh, we all think our path is true. And if you keep doing some digging, this kind of tainted danger is actually realizing that there is nothing inherently, absolutely empirically true about this one. If anything, there's a lot of signs that it's flawed and not true and so on. But that's what got me to disbelief eventually. But it took a decade, possibly, or no, not a decade, but less than a decade. Yeah.
I can see it's a cumulative case and it's complicated. It's not as simple as just to give it one or two factors, and I understand that. But to come back to the non-Muslim point, for example, because you brought this twice at this point, so I want to just tackle this one. So, well, that makes sense, and which is why, for example, and you're probably already aware of this. If you were to ask, I guess, I've heard this a lot even as I was growing up. I remember growing up, we were talking about George Bush, and I think it was at the time of the Iraqi war. I remember someone saying, well, he's just going to rot in hell. And someone responded saying, well, you do know that. And it was ingrained in me and everyone around me, regardless of how much someone manifests, let's say, a kufr attitude, let's say, to life, or because he's a Christian and he's committed to that, or he's an atheist. You cannot really say with absolute certainty that this guy is going to be burning in hell. You can say with certainty that if that guy has died knowing the truth and rejecting it, will go to hell. But how do you even know that he came to know the truth and not a distorted version of it? Now, obviously, I don't know if someone has misunderstood Islam or not. It's not for me to know. I can only speculate. And this speculation actually is to give some kind of hope. Because again, if you were to say, well, this person did not misunderstand Islam, he actually knows it's true. If someone, let's say, if someone has some godly powers and they can tell me with absolute certainty, Aladdin actually knows Islam just as good as Ibn Taymiyyah or whatever, and he actually just doesn't believe in it. He thinks it's basically BS. Now,
Wait, that's different than knowing, really rejecting. So he knows Islam.
He knows Islam, but so what would be the response is, no, excuse me, I think I paraphrased that wrong. So they were given the best version of Islam, so there was no room for misunderstanding it. So that would leave only
but don't even like the best scholars still disagree on things?
No, but assuming that you got the best version of Islam, assuming that, and you rejected it, so I would have to assume. Well, yeah, that's why it's an assumption.
Right, that's why hypothetical best version.
Yeah, it's an hypothetical, but basically that's to say, well, if that happened, then it might be a case of someone who knows the truth, but they just simply dislike it.
Well, that's a very good point. I do have questions about that.
But again, that is not for me or any scholar to say that they know for certain that somebody is like basically Iblis, let's say,
is doomed to hell, or
because in this I believe Iblis knows the truth even better than any Muslim, but he still rejects it. But we don't know if someone rejects it while knowing it or someone have misunderstood it. So all we can do is to judge people by their appearances. Well, they appear to have died on kufr, but we don't know for certain.
Well, this is one of the most common responses that I get, by the way, to that question, which is we don't know for sure, so there's a bit of hope, and only Allah would know what's in everyone's heart, and
And
so on.
which
But
is why,
Mhm.
I'm just going to finish with this,
Sure.
which is why this is the best way to, even though it's the natural, most common response to this question of empathy, it actually alleviates some of the pain of that comes with this empathy. Because what if they're doomed to hell for not being exposed to the best version of Islam? Well, how do you know they're going to hell to begin with?
Well,
Because again, that's an
I want to
assumption.
tell you how it does not answer that or make it
Or maybe it doesn't
alleviate the
correlate to
pain.
your experience. Yeah,
Or it
go ahead.
doesn't alleviate the pain per se. And here's what I want to say about it. Basically, this answer is it leaves a lot of room for there is hope that this person didn't receive the correct Islam and so on, and or the best version. So only God knows, and maybe God is merciful, so we don't know for sure. But that should only cover edge cases rather than the rule of thumb. And the rule of thumb is that a disbeliever goes to hell. So let's look at what is a
Which
knowing.
disbeliever?
Well,
Which
that's the thing.
disbeliever?
Let's look at the perfect textbook case for what is a knowing disbeliever, right? The one who believes but doesn't like it, therefore doesn't follow it.
Fir'aun would be a good example of that.
Well, that's the thing. I was just going to say, you mentioned Iblis or Shaitan or the devil, and that is an archetype of someone who, knows the truth. He actually spoke with Allah, but he doesn't want to do it. However, when you look at Fir'aun as well, that's a person in a story rather than an actual real life
Okay, okay.
example. So
Okay.
is there like,
Don't you
yeah,
think that even if God, and sorry to cut you off there, don't you think that even if God were to actually reveal himself, wouldn't there be people to say, you know what, even though you exist, I actually think you actually messed everything up. No, screw you. I'm not gonna buy into this. You know what? I'm just gonna
that's
join
the thing.
Satan right here. People will still do that because, again, because they just
No,
don't
no.
like
Rather than
these.
getting into that hypothetical, which I will get into it in a second, but
But
putting that
you would agree
hypothetical.
that people would still object to God, even if he said, "Hey, I'm right here, guys. You better believe
No,
now."
no. My
There are gonna
answer
be a
is
lot of
more
people
than.
gonna be like, "No,
See,
screw you."
to answer that, I have to answer the first part or tell you what I think first, which is the believing disbeliever, the kafir, right? The one who conceals the
Mm,
truth, the one who knows the
mhm,
Islam as good as Ibn Taymiyyah or even good
mhm,
enough and doesn't want to follow it.
mhm.
Are you saying that person doesn't believe that it is true, or they believe it is true, but they don't want to follow it?
Well, if they come to be exposed to the best virgin, let's say, or and they were being delivered, maybe Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, met them, and he basically
No, no,
preached
no.
to them, and they're like,
Since the prophet, because we're talking about
"Yeah,
everyone after the prophet's death.
you're basically talking. Are you, Sami, willing to grant that some people have gone through enough research that maybe they even know more about Islam than you, Sami, and they still think, you know what? Yeah, I don't think that this is a godly revelation. Yeah, it's possible.
No, no,
It is.
not some people. I want to deal with the case of, do you think it exists that someone knows all of the truth about Islam, the best version, and so on? Forget the prophet, someone who hasn't met the prophet, okay? Because that's
Yeah,
the
yeah.
majority of
But
Muslims.
they don't buy the story. They think it's basically hoax. It's just a superstitious
Or
belief.
it's not just that. Like, even if they do have a propensity to believe in the superstitious and the occult, let's say they just don't believe for one reason or another, like even after knowing everything,
Mhm,
they're truly not convinced. Like, do you think that actually
mhm,
the question what I'm asking is, does it exist aside from these archetypes that someone knows all of this in the best version and they still say,
mhm.
I don't believe, or is it I believe but I don't want to follow? And that's what a kafir is.
Okay, we already tackled that. I believe it, but I do want to follow it.
Does
But
that exist?
yeah, like if someone could, I mean, we all know aware of all the Muslims who drink or do zina and all that, but all of them believe that this is big sins. But why they
No,
do it? They
there's
don't
more
give a
to it.
damn.
No,
I
there's more
mean,
to it. Like I'll repent later, or like I'm still Muslim. I'm gonna get tortured, but then I'll go to heaven. Whatever their logic is, I'm talking about believing, truly believing that Allah is the God and like
yeah,
Islam is true.
but part of it is also apathy to the fact that I mean, if God tells you not to do this sin and you still do it, you're kind of apathetic as to what God wants, because when you do that, you're kind of subconsciously saying, I don't really care what God wants. What I really care about is what I want right now. I mean,
No,
if we
but
really want to be
again,
honest
aside
about it.
from like, let's not look at Muslims because I think they have a safety net of they can have this dissonance for a bit, and then they're like, but I'm still Muslim, I can still go to heaven, and that's why they feel like they can disobey God or something. But I'm saying the case of someone who knows all of Islam in the best version, do you think, like, does it ever exist aside from these archetypes that someone knows all of this and they truly don't believe it is true? Or is
They
it
don't
more like,
believe.
yeah,
Yeah, I mean,
mm,
if they have already an existing presupposition, let's say that in their mind, the best explanation of Islam, even that they know so much about it, they could school me. They could easily school me in Islam, but they believe that the best explanation about Islam is actually a naturalistic explanation. So they have already a pre-existing presupposition as to what
why
is
is it
the
a
best.
presupposition rather than a
Well,
conclusion?
I mean, it could be that the presupposition that led them to the conclusion.
But that's the
It could
thing.
be.
I feel like there's always a denial in what you're saying about
No, no, no.
the
I mean, okay. Wouldn't you
possibility.
agree? Wouldn't you agree if I said that the best explanation to Islam is a naturalistic explanation, that it had developed? Maybe I'll give you an anthropological, top, excuse me, bottom to top explanation as to how Islam emerged, like just a naturalistic explanation. Wouldn't that indicate that I have a certain presupposition about reality, that I think reality is
That's the thing.
material or naturalistic? I mean, you
No, but
can't just say
why are you
I.
saying that it's a presupposition rather than someone who they could have a presupposition of believing that reality still came from a supernatural, but Islam, it fits the model of a natural religion that evolved. Like, why is it that the default presumption in your mind is they have this conclusion because of the initial state, and everything in between, like the truth is the tainted one? So what I'm trying to ask is still the same question of, does it ever exist that someone knows Islam is the truth but just chooses to be a kafir?
Okay, now that's another. You just asked me about someone who knows enough about Islam but doesn't believe it. Now, this is someone else who knows enough to think it's true, but they still think, you know what? Yeah, it's true, but I do want to buy it. And you're telling me
Wait,
that other than
don't
Pharaoh
want
and
to buy it
Iblis,
or don't want to follow it, because these are two
oh, don't
different
want to follow.
things.
Excuse me. And
Yeah.
you're telling me other than Iblis and Pharaoh, you wouldn't find any person like this in reality, because
Mhm.
this kind of personality is basically an archetypal construction of Islamic belief. It doesn't really exist.
Of a kafir, yeah.
Yeah, and do you actually think that you think that there are not people who think within the Islamic even community who actually have been brought to believe in Islam, who come to think, you know what, yeah, this is the truth, but you know what, screw God and screw his religion. I'm going to do everything in my power to make God regret creating me, whatever. Like I want to avenge, I want to
See,
make some sort of revenge on God.
not only
Like
have I never met that person, but if that person ever existed, that would be a case of real, like, mental instability. That's a fringe scenario, but God
that that,
describes it.
that
But
actually
Allah
exists all the
describes it.
time. I mean,
That's the
there are
thing.
a lot of. No,
Well,
no,
okay,
it's
here's
actually easy to imagine it.
I have
It just
no, no, no.
requires.
Easy to imagine versus easy to observe. Like, do you
Oh yeah.
diagnose those people, or have they ever
Oh no.
said that?
I mean, have you ever seen some Muslims who have gone through a lot of resentment?
No, no. I
They
want
will
to.
literally tell it to your face,
I don't think
fuck God,
you're
fuck
answering it.
the Prophet, fuck his, and they would tell you all the kind of cover you
And
want to. They believe.
do they tell you that they believe? Do they say we actually believe, but fuck God?
No, no, you've seen them all of their life. They're Muslims. Like they believe in what they say. And
But
then they want to get that anger out, that resentment out. Where do they get it? And that which they believe is responsible for their misery. That would
yeah,
be
so now
Allah
you're
and the
saying
Prophet and Islam.
you're
And that
still
would
not
be
getting me. You're still not getting me. So you're saying that
no, no.
people who are angry because of circumstances in their life, they start blaming God, but they still believe in Allah. You're saying that
What, okay, okay. Why would they curse God or Prophet if they don't believe in them?
because, well, that's the thing. Like, Muhammad could be a man or a character in a story, and Allah is a character in a story. If someone says fuck God, that's because of God's effects in this life. That's what I'm trying to ask you here.
Okay.
Even that case, like the way that the kafir is presented in Islam is the kafir. That's the kafir. But it's
No,
very,
they're all no, they're all different types of kafir, and you know
so
this.
so
I
you're
mean,
saying most of humanity is not the kafir that Islam describes.
on what's the kafir that Islam describes?
The
The
one
kafir
who, kufr, the
which is,
one who covers up the truth, the one who knows Islam is true but chooses not to follow it because they choose this hayat dunya, this life, than the afterlife.
yeah. We
That's
also say
the
that the person who doesn't pray is a kafir.
Right, but no, but when God is always talking about disbelievers, الذين كفروا, and so
Okay,
on.
let's contextualize that. He talks about the disbelievers of Quraysh, for example, like because there is a lot of mention in the kuffar of Quraysh, for example.
Yeah, but
Those
we have
who
to extend it to today. Like all of these stories that died with Muhammad, the people of today, like what percentage of them are the type that you describe who don't even proclaim
again
that they
that will
believe
get
in?
us back to the point where I told you no Muslim will tell you right away in your face that I know for certain that this specific individual, George Bush, is going to hell.
But that still doesn't cover the general case, which is
Because you can actually classify them. Well, this is the kind of kafir, because they're kafir in terms of not being Muslims. You already know that kafir is used for non-Muslims.
right. So, but here's what I'm getting from you is
But
that
you're asking me
this.
about a specific type of kafir, which you think is is what Islam has in mind when
But
it talks about
what's the
kafir, the one
origin
who
of the word
knows the truth.
kafir? What's the origin of the word kafir? What is kufr?
Well, you could go to the dictionary and say, well, kafir is that which hides the truth, and then you basically say every kafir is someone who's intentionally rejecting that which he knows to be the truth. But obviously, that's
that's
not the view that Muslims have about kuffar, because there are kuffar who Muslims believe have come to know the truth and reject it, like Pharaoh or Shaitan, or like the kuffar of Quraysh, or some of the kuffars of today. But I can't
but
say
who are
that.
those kuffar of today though? Because
Yeah,
the way that
the
I'm
only reason,
understanding it, those
yeah,
are
but
like
the
a
only
fringe
reason.
case that Muslims diagnose
No.
and not on a case
You're
by case
just
basis.
you're asking me to do God's job, because God told me Pharaoh is actually intentionally rejecting it, same as this, and then you're telling me to do what God did and say, yeah, and also George Bush is doing that, but it's God who can
No, I'm saying,
decide.
have you ever? But that's the thing. You're saying we can't say who is that kind of kafir, but at the same time, you're saying
Yeah,
they
but God can.
exist.
You're asking me to do what God did. God can do things that I can't do. God can actually exclusively say that this guy is actually intentionally rejecting me while knowing that I am the truth. But
But
I
okay,
cannot do
try to
that. I
see it
can't.
from
I,
try to see it from my perspective. Take God out of the picture. Okay, you
well,
as a
if God
person.
has, but if God is out of the picture, I cannot know.
So are
You
you
see,
saying you're unable to assess Islam from an outsider's point of view or from a non-Muslim's point of view?
what I'm saying is, because you're asking me to tell you who is intentionally rejecting Islam while
No,
knowing
I'm not telling
then
you to,
is
to
the truth.
diagnose like George Bush specifically or someone specifically. I'm telling you all the cases that you describe of knowing disbelievers, right? A believing disbeliever, you're vaguely saying they exist, but they don't proclaim to be that way. But at the same time, you're saying that's God's job to determine who they are. But can you give real life examples of them saying, yes, I believe? Or
Well,
are you basically saying that anyone
what I
who
just
is
told you,
like
what I
that
just
isn't?
told you, what I told you about those who go through phases of catastrophe, or doesn't even have to, but they have some sort of resentment. They already believe Islam, then at certain point they didn't leave Islam. Some people go through
So
an
that's not a
experience.
disbeliever then. That's not someone who doesn't believe in Islam or
Yeah,
doesn't
that's a
follow it.
different sort of. Well, there, like we just stated, you just said there is the kafir who know Islam is truth, but they say, I don't care either way. And those people were Muslims who still believe that Islam is true, but it's not worth their time because of some sort of resentment that they have. They still
So
haven't
so
developed philosophical views that would give them an alternative to Islam. So they're the kind of kafir who believe that Islam is true, but it is actually a bad religion that got constructed. And then at certain point, some of them construct an alternative because it's hard to live with resentment, because that sort of kafir is someone who is always resentful. But at some point, you have to create an alternative where Islam actually is not true. Otherwise, you're going to keep living a life of hatred toward that which you think is the truth. It's like hating your father all the time.
but that's
Um,
why the thing is
so yeah,
the
that
way
would be a
that
kafir. You said that wouldn't be a kafir. Yeah, that would be a kafir actually, because he is resentful on God.
but the way that these cases that you describe, if they exist, they are
Believe
so
me,
fringe, right?
they
Sure,
do.
let's presume they do. The thing is, though, the way that Islam describes a kafir, it is the focus of it is someone who intentionally disbelieves. Sure, you could say that Muslims call all types of people kuffar, people who don't praise, takfir, all that stuff. But
Mm.
a kafir is someone who knows the truth and doesn't believe it, right? Or
Exclusively?
intentionally disobeys.
Is that the
That's the meaning
exclusive?
of a kafir, yes. And everywhere I
Oh,
look
so
in
no other.
Islam,
So there is no version of kafir that exists within outside of that parameter that you just said.
but the problem is you're looking at this like colloquial use of the word kafir, and you're
It's not
saying,
colloquial. I mean,
yeah, like there's
it's
a
even
mushrik, there's a
even when the scholars address the I mean, why would Muslims anyway? Why would Muslims even go and preach Islam unless they believe some kuffars are actually ignorant? I mean, what's the point if they're kuffar because they're all intentionally kafir? What's the point even preaching Islam to them? They're kafir. They're all doomed to hell either way because Muslims already believe before they preach that there are different types of kafir. There are kafirs who will be exposed to Islam who then realize it's true and then reject it either way. But we don't know if they reject it because they know it's true and they still don't like it, or because they misunderstood it, or because whatever factor.
but
So you
see,
cannot assume the
here's my
unseen.
answer to that.
You can't claim to know the unseen. You can only
Here's
go
my
with
answer to that. But
appearances.
if it is the way in Islam, the way that you describe, then hell would be almost empty, because the majority of people would have been disbelievers for legitimate reasons, right? They wouldn't have qualified all
I mean,
the points.
isn't that why we have Ahl al-A'raf in the Quran? I mean, you're probably aware of al-A'raf, for example, which is people who sit in the mountain between hell and heaven because either they have not ever been exposed to Islam or they have received a lacking
No,
version
but
or
I'm
wrong.
saying, so the majority of people will be Ahl al-A'raf, and only a
No, no,
small sliver in hell.
now you're asking me to give you a statistical number on that. Obviously,
No,
I
because
don't I don't have exclusive information on
I know
that.
that we don't know the numbers, but the way that you're describing it, what you're describing is fringe scenarios that, if existed, would be smaller in numbers than
Oh,
the majority
now
of kuffar, who either don't know at all, like don't know Islam at all, or know a different version that's not the perfect
well,
version, or
now
like,
now wouldn't that be a selling point for your audience? No, Islam is actually good, everyone. I mean, not everyone is gonna go to hell.
no, but I'm asking you. It's not about, like, I'm
Well,
asking you.
I don't know. I
That's a
don't know.
contradiction to me, because
No,
if
you
Islam,
asked me. No, what do you mean a contradiction? It's like you're hearing it for the first time.
because no, because there isn't there hadiths about how the majority of people are going to be in hell?
Okay,
If
so
the
what?
majority of humanity is in hell, right,
Okay,
and those Ahl al-Araf and whoever like doesn't deserve to be in hell won't be in hell, the math doesn't add up.
yeah, it's like you're telling God, okay, I would like you to give me a justification for why every one of those people are in hell. Otherwise, if one of them I'm not, like you have to have a good justification. Otherwise, I'm not gonna buy into it.
No,
Even though
no,
you
no,
could
it's
actually,
not
as a
about.
Muslim, you can submit like I know that God wouldn't wrong anybody because that's the already existing belief that God
Here's a
wouldn't wrong
contradiction in my mind. If I had submitted that God doesn't harm anyone and God is fair and all that, but at the same time I have this glaring contradiction, which is most people are in hell, but also most people are
people.
not the believing
Yeah,
disbeliever that
but
is described.
okay, most people are in hell. Whose people? Who's the person that you are being empathetic to? The people who know the truth and reject it willingly,
But
or
that's
the people who
that
are
case.
ignorant of it?
That case doesn't even exist. But say that the people who are so-called ignorant, what you're describing is most people aren't getting the good version of the perfect version of Islam,
I
because
didn't
most
say most
Muslims don't
people.
have.
No, I didn't say that. You asked me a question. I told you I do not know how many. I don't know the quantity. I
I
know
know
that
that we don't know, but I feel like that's a
the
scapegoat.
Quran is saying that وَمَا
Mhm.
كُنَّا مُعَذِّبِينَ حَتَّى نَبْعَثَ رَسُولًا, and we go by the conviction that people who have not received the message or even a clear version of that message, it would be unjust.
So isn't that the majority of the
Which
world?
is why in speaker corners, when Muslims and Christians talk, and sorry to bring out the Christian, maybe some of the audience is Christian, so forgive me for bringing that one. We pride ourselves by saying no one is going to go to hell because they simply did not hear about Islam, and we find it unfathomable to
Wait,
believe that
hear about, or get the perfect version. Those are two different options.
no, because if you, I mean, I certainly talked to some Christians who said, and might be a specific group of Christians. I'm not saying everyone in Christianity believe that, and I've heard that also on YouTube where they say if you never heard of Christ, like the reason why you preach Christ to begin with, because unless you believe in Him, you're going to hell. Now, I wouldn't say that every Christian believe in that, but to my understanding, there's a substantial number of them believe that. And to my
Well,
understanding, this is one of
what
the
you
key
said is very
points
important,
where
though. What you said is very important, that if
Yeah.
وَمَا كُنَّا بِمُعَذِّبِينَ حَتَّى لِنَبْعَثَ رَسُولًا. Okay, I'm going to
Right.
set aside whether it means have heard of Islam or heard of the perfect version of Islam.
Oh,
Put
this
that
verse
aside.
is always used to explain why people wouldn't be
Yeah, put,
even.
put that aside for a moment. But with the
Yeah.
way that you're describing it like that, it is
Mhm.
evil to spread Islam in that sense, because then God wouldn't torture if they didn't get the message.
That's what Aaron Ra said to Hamza as he was debating him. I don't know if you're aware of Aaron Ra. He's like an evolutionist, and he was debating Hamza, the
Not
Greek
really.
Muslim. Basically, Hamza said we need to preach Islam, and he basically said what I said, and Aaron Ra responds said what you just said. He said, "I think well, there will be evil to tell me about Islam because now you just doomed me to hell."
Yeah,
So yeah,
what do you think of that?
yeah, but again, that is
Like,
to say
what
that
is the benefit? Like, what is the benefit of throwing someone in the? No,
but
wait.
again, do
I
you
really
as
want to ask this question.
yeah, I'm gonna answer.
What is the benefit of like giving someone that possibility that they might go to hell or not, versus just letting them be and they
Oh,
don't even
okay.
have the chance of going to hell?
Okay. Do you, as Aladdin, believe that Islam is true?
No, like, you're not answering the question. Like,
No,
I
no,
can
because
answer
no,
that. No,
yeah.
I don't believe that Islam is true.
Okay. So to come to back to the question, uh, whether you preach Islam, if you preach Islam to somebody, it does not mean immediately if they don't convert at the spot they're going to hell.
I am telling you, but why convert anyone at all if you just leave them alone? Allah is not going to torture them.
Because
وَمَا
there
كُنَّا
is
بِمُعَذِّبِينَ. There's no torture.
yeah, but you don't just preach the belief just because you want to save them from hell, because that's not the point. We believe that this is the last message from God to humanity.
But why
That
spread the message if the risk is hell?
because okay, don't you think it's within your right to know what God said? If there
I
is a
would
God,
rather not know. I would much rather not know. No.
well,
Here's based
no,
on
no, no,
this logic.
no, no, not
Based on this
Islam.
logic.
I'm not okay. Not Islam. Not necessarily Islam. Okay, let's say there's some high intellectual creator somewhere. Not Islam. Okay, but that intellectual creator send a message to the American CIA or whatever. It's within your right to know what the creator of the cosmos said, like because he created you. So you were like, oh, I want to know also what it said. Why should the CIA have exclusive right as to what
I
the creator of
disagree.
the cosmos said?
I disagree based on your Islamic logic, which is the creator gets to do whatever he wants. It's not my right to demand whether
Nice.
he tells
Okay.
the CIA or me.
And
That's
the
according to
creator.
Islamic logic, right?
Oh yeah, and according to Islamic logic, since you said God can do what He wants, He commanded us to spread His message. So He didn't say keep it to yourselves. Otherwise, maybe we would just spread ourselves the hustle.
So
Why
okay,
would I go through the hustle?
so then the most moral thing to do would be spread God's message, but lousily, like just very slowly spread it so that you expose the least amount of people to Islam.
And prevent yourself,
You're
and then
technically
prevent yourself from
fulfilling.
getting all the hasanat. You get more hasanat by
Yeah,
revenge.
that's so selfish. So if you want to take hasanat, that's kind of like an MLM scheme. You want to take hasanat at the risk of getting people in the harm's way of possibly heaven or hell. No, just fulfill the requirement of
No,
spreading
okay,
Islam
but why? Okay,
slowly.
okay, but if Islam is true, but let's say, and somebody was exposed to the message, but they don't buy it, they wouldn't be necessarily. Excuse me, they weren't exposed to it to begin with, but then they were introduced to it poorly. They obviously wouldn't go, and they were introduced to it successfully, but they still were not convinced. Again, we don't know for certain if they were convinced or not. But let's say they actually thought, actually, this is actually the truth, but I don't like it. Okay, let's say Islam is true. Somebody knows it's true, but they still wouldn't convert. At that specific stage, wouldn't you say it's within God's right to do whatever He wants now? Because He said something to them,
You're
they
not.
disagree.
You're
Because
still not
now,
getting the
no,
point.
no, you're objecting to the spirit of Islam because you're saying if someone knows, then realize it's true by being exposed to it and rejecting it, they're going to hell.
No. My opinion about the whole knowingly reject is telling you it doesn't exist that someone truly believes in Islam and doesn't want to follow it. But we can agree to disagree on
Oh,
that.
that's a big assumption, though.
No, it's not. We can agree to disagree on that for the sake of simplicity of the conversation. I am
Okay.
saying there's a lot of factors that could land people, because the majority of people are going to be in hell. There is some reason or another why a lot of people are not going to accept the message of Islam. Well, you are probably like Islamically, you have to pin the blame on them because God is fair. But
Okay.
if you want to
In
be
your mind,
utilitarian,
what's the
wait, no,
classical
I want to finish
traditional
this.
reasoning? Okay.
I
Go
want to
ahead.
finish this. If you want to be utilitarian and you have to fulfill, like, say your excuse for spreading Islam is that God said you have to, then God didn't qualify how quickly you have to spread Islam. Spread Islam very, very slowly, so that you're exposing the least amount of people to this possibility of going to hell, whether they believe or not believe and all that stuff. It's still morally better to expose the least amount of people to the possibility of going to hell. And you shouldn't worry about how many, like, you shouldn't be selfish to want more hasanat. Like, the cost of these hasanat that you're getting by spreading Islam is exposing a lot of people to the possibility of hell. That's my
I see the
stance
issue
on
here.
it.
The issue is that there is already a moral judgment here. You're already assuming that there is some moral better behavior to do in regard to whether Islam should be. You're saying that it's morally preferable to not spread Islam, but you're saying
Based
this
on this logic.
based on what? In Islamic
But
logic?
based on the restrictions that
Because
that God doesn't torture if they don't know, and based on that God order you to spread Islam, this is my solution within that framework: is spread it very
yeah,
slowly, so you expose the least amount of people, and don't be selfish about you gaining hasanat, versus them being exposed to hell or the possibility of hell.
but this not being tortured because not being exposed to the message, even if they weren't exposed to the message in the afterlife, they would be given the message and they could accept it or reject it, and then they would have to receive some sort of consequence.
And
So,
that's the
so the verse,
fantastical scenario that doesn't make sense, that someone would be told by an angel or whoever, Islam is true, do you accept it or not? They could just be like, yeah, I do, because they're not even, like, even presuming that you're right, that some people might reject it in this life because they're lazy or they don't want to. There is no life for them in this afterlife to go through the suffering of being a Muslim, so they could just say, yeah, I do. So using this scenario, this fantastical scenario that doesn't add up logically, doesn't excuse it,
I don't see how you can say it's morally reprehensible or wrong to not spread it, because you're saying if you spread it, they will know it, and they know it, they will be doomed to eternity of fire, and there's already an assumption that that they will go to hell because they just were exposed to Islam.
No, there's a possibility they might, versus 100% they're not going to hell if they don't hear about Islam.
In fact, Islam might be the reason why they wouldn't be going to hell.
No, it
So
might
you said,
be like 100% chance they're gonna not go to hell versus
no. Okay. Maybe I was the reason for some misunderstanding here. I didn't mean to say that if someone was not exposed to Islam, 100% not go to hell, because the
because of the
verse that
afterlife scenario, right, where they're gonna be tested in the afterlife.
yeah, obviously. So
But what
in
is that
fact,
test in the afterlife, though?
well, we don't know. So
So
we
you're pushing a logical issue to the God knows how to solve.
when the Muslims spread Islam, they don't spread it with the conception in mind, because obviously if they believe it's evil or there's going to cause suffering, because the initial belief is by spreading
It's not
Islam.
because they believe it's evil. I don't think they're thinking that far ahead into it, like using the same rules.
I think you're underestimating them. I think what they have in mind is they come in from a background of a fully constructed belief, a holistic belief about family, about the individual, about society, and they believe by sharing that, they're extending this bliss to other people. So that's not just exclusive to them. In fact, spreading Islam is not, I guess, a must or a command on every Muslim. It's partial. We call it in Arabic fard kifaya. So some
But you
Muslims
said it
are,
is a command, so why would you
yeah,
just
it
not
is
do
a
it at
command.
all?
It's like the eclipse, the prayer of the eclipse. If there is an eclipse, Muslims have to pray, but not all of them. If
Yeah,
just enough
some of them
number of
have
them,
to, fard
yeah,
kifaya, but why, like,
Same
just
thing with spreading the
have
religion.
one person in the world spread Islam very gradually, right? So that you expose the least amount of people to the possibility of hell.
No. That is already an assumption. Exposing possibility of hell still lies in the background.
But that's the thing, the possibility of
In
hell in
fact,
the afterlife, because they're going to be tested in the afterlife.
but and in fact, you do know if the spirit of Islam is not reducing it rather than increase it. You have no way of actually quantifying whether or not the spread of Islam increase that or not, because if the test is going to happen either way in this life and in the afterlife,
But the
then
test in the afterlife is not, it doesn't make any sense, and it's just
and
someone
it
being
doesn't matter.
revived.
And it doesn't matter because there is already an assumption that Islam itself, if it's
So what is
evil
being tested then?
inherently,
What is being tested? What is at the core of someone that would make them reject Islam in the afterlife when they don't even have to adhere to its rules and suffer through it?
we can only address what is it about Islam in this life that people is being tested about.
No, but
we cannot
that's the
talk
thing.
about
That's
that
the
which
thing.
we
Like,
don't know.
if someone doesn't get the message right, and they're
But
gonna get a messenger in the afterlife, what is the test for them? Like here, the test, according to your presumption, is someone might know the true Islam, and they're like, you know what, I don't want to follow it. What cost do they have in the afterlife? If they know it's true, they'll just be like, okay, I believe. That's it. Like, where's the test?
how do you know that they would believe? How do you know?
But that's the thing. What is the quality in them that makes them disbelieve? Like, what is this evil that they're or bad thing that they're being
Why do you
tortured
have to
for?
know? Why do you have to know?
Because I want to understand what I'm believing in.
You want to okay, if you want to understand the belief system itself, it's right here. But if you want to understand, well, what God would do in these different scenarios, then obviously even Muslims since believe, because we have a principle: if God have forbidden himself from ever being unjust to others, then it would be unfathomable that God would throw someone in hell because they are ignorant or because they are mentally deficient or retarded.
But I'm
Because
telling you, this is a house of
no,
cards. Like, you're
no,
putting
no,
one
no,
presupposition on another, which is because
no.
God is fair, therefore
If
this
any Muslim,
paradox must be resolved in the
had your
afterlife.
own, if any Muslim had the same understanding about Islam as you have, they would immediately leave Islam, because in this understanding of Islam, God is an arbitrary, cruel judge. He's just a cruel, arbitrary judge who throws people in hell arbitrarily.
But
He's being unjust.
how does this contradiction not bother you? Of so basically, what you're describing is one presupposition on another, that because God is fair and we are faced with a scenario where it seems unfair, that means that the fairness is going to come in the unknown, in the afterlife.
What's the scenario where it's unfair? Someone
The
has been
fact that
treated.
the test of this life, right, that you're
Mhm,
saying, right,
mhm.
that someone can know Islam and not want to follow it because there's a cost to following Islam, and that's the reason, right, that they don't
Okay,
want
okay.
to
So
pay
okay, let's
for it.
then talk about the person who knows Islam is true and they still think I'm not gonna follow it.
That's what I'm saying. Like, that
You're
person.
saying I think it's unjust to throw that person in hell. I think it's
No, no, no,
unjust
no, no,
that
no. I'm saying that person doesn't exist, but let's presume they do, and that you're right, and
yeah,
that they deserve hell.
we're
That's a
yeah,
whole other conversation. Let's
yeah,
presume
but
they deserve hell.
we already assumed it, but
Let's
when you
presume
said
they deserve hell. The unfairness and contradiction is the one in the afterlife who's never heard of Islam, right?
no, no,
If he gets asked, right, if he gets asked the same question and given a messenger in the afterlife, what is their cost? What scenario would lead them to say, I don't want to believe in the afterlife? Because they
I
have
don't
no
know.
cost.
I do not know.
But how do you accept that emptiness, that like contradiction that is
Because
solved by not
no, no, no,
knowing?
there is no contradiction because the principle is God is just. And
Well,
if God is
the
just,
simple answer, like the simplest explanation, is there is no reason for them to reject. Like, you're resurrected from life. Do you believe in God? Yes. There is no
okay,
reason to say no.
okay, you're saying this while you lack the information to say that. Like, I'm amazed you're able to say that while you're not even present there.
I'm telling you, you're relying.
What, from an
y-
Islamic perspective, you are judging God. You're basically having that moral ground over God. You're saying, I have much of a moral understanding of how this should be run, better than God, who is described within Islam as just. You're
But
saying, I
you
am
don't
more
see that's
just than
the
God.
catch all. That's the catch all, which is by describing him as just. That means anything that falls out of the bounds of logic or adding up must make sense because God is judged. That's the catch all.
I'm yet to hear actually a case where someone being wronged. I have yet to actually
Because any
be.
case of someone being wronged is presumed like that is their fault. That's what you're saying. Anyone who ends up in
No, no,
hell, it's their fault.
you're asking me what is the test is going to be in the afterlife, and based on that, me, Aladdin, I'm going to tell you if it's just or not. You're asking me, and I'm telling you I do not know what the test is. The belief
I'm
is
telling
that
you,
God.
can you conceive of any reason why
So I'm asking you
someone?
in this life. I'm asking you in this life, where has God wronged somebody in terms of
This
converting
is
to
such an
Islam?
arbitrary question. I'm still
No,
trying to stick to this. I'm still trying to stick to this uncertainty. Someone in the afterlife. Can you think of any reason they would reject the message when they got it?
if I
Like,
give you a reason, you're going to say that's hypothetical.
no, seriously, because in this
What
life,
about Satan? Okay, what about Satan? What are you going to say about Satan?
that's a hypothetical. But
Okay, so whatever I'm gonna give you, whatever scenario, it's a
then give me
hypothetical.
one. Give me a scenario, and
So,
I'll tell you whether it makes sense.
answer me Satan's example.
Because that's a character in the story. Give me a scenario, like we're talking human logic, right? Right? We're
Okay, let's say
talking reality. Like, what would be a reason
no, no,
someone
no,
in
no.
the afterlife would say, I
Whatever
don't
it does,
believe?
whatever example I'm gonna give you is gonna be because in your mind, Satan is hypothetical.
You can try me. You could try me. What's a scenario where a person in the afterlife is resurrected?
Okay.
Is resurrected, and God asks him, or the angel asks him.
I didn't see what's the difference between Satan, who's a hypothetical, and a human who's a hypothetical.
Because Satan is part of a story that is meant for things to progress this way. I'm talking about a regular human. What can you give me a scenario where they would be resurrected and they're given the message in the afterlife and they're like, I don't want to believe? Like, what is their reasoning? Give me any reason, even if it's selfish. Like, what would that make sense?
Okay, so what if the test, hypothetically, was that they get to live an entire life within maybe the span of 1 second, where they could make all the sort of the choices that they have made in life? Or that's one hypothetical. They're all sort of hypothetical you could give. Or maybe they would have been given the history of the world, and they were given full capacity in terms of their brain function to decide whether they agree with God's decision or not. That's another.
So you're saying they're sent to another life, basically?
No, that's one hypothetical. Another one is that they were given a view of the entire history, and then they were given the ability to decide whether they agree with God's methodology or disagree with it. So and that would be the test.
These are two scenarios. The first one is that they would be sent back to life in the span of a second or whatever, but they would live a full life, and then they would choose to. Again,
maybe
this is someone
from another cosmos. They will have the second chance. Maybe it's.
That's what I'm saying. You're saying someone who didn't get a messenger is going to repeat
like you're
life.
so emotionally invested in those who will be judged in the afterlife, not those who will be judged in this life.
I'm telling you, because for me, it's about understanding all components of this belief that I'm being sold. Because I don't have the capacity to say anything that looks contradictory or unlikely must be Allah's wisdom. I need to understand, and it doesn't mean that I need to understand everything Allah says and does, but if this looks like a glaring issue. No, this is one of those glaring issues.
I mean, what's your concern if God meets you? Is your concern that he will be unjust to you, that he's going to throw you in hell? But you told me already, I don't believe it's true. I think it's just a bunch of mythical stories, or that's my understanding, because you didn't say the word mythical.
I arrived at that point because I was, as a believer, I was trying to assess this, and
we believe God knows you better than I am. I believe that God knows who you are better than I do, and so I can't say that this specific individual is gonna go X or Y.
But we're still avoiding the point of that question here, which is like the two scenarios you gave. One, that the person will live another full life in a span of a second or otherwise, right? Like God controls time.
I'm not going to defend the hypothetical. I gave you just a hypothetical because you asked me, well, give me just an example. But I'm not going to defend the hypothetical scenario, which is not a core belief of mine. Since you insisted that I give you a hypothetical, I gave you Iblis or Satan, which is already exists, and I want you to object to it. And you didn't object to it.
No, I'm telling you why I object to. Okay, let me tell you why I object to Iblis very simply. Allah wrote it all. No. Allah wrote everything in the preserved tablet for Lawh al-Mahfuz. All of this is happening because Iblis is part of the story that he will disobey God, because God decided so.
No, you're saying Islam is deterministic. Islam is not deterministic.
Did Iblis have a choice to follow Allah and then none of us would be here?
That's the same as saying Islam is deterministic, that there is no free will. We believe in free will.
That's a whole other issue. So but that's what I'm saying. Do you think Iblis had any choice to say, I will follow you, therefore no life, no test?
If he did not have a choice in the matter, then it would have been a deterministic universe that we're living in which there is no free will for anyone.
That's also a very good point, that Islam claims to not be deterministic while at the same time saying that Allah predetermined everything.
Well, here's the thing. Because it's a compatibilistic belief. You've heard about the compatibilistic.
I haven't. It doesn't make sense.
Oh, okay. So look, in fact, you're probably already aware of the hadith in which the companions of the Prophet were arguing about qada wal qadr. They were talking about destiny and fate, and they were disagreeing, and they were talking, they were loud noises. And the Prophet walks on them, and he becomes very red and angry, and he tells them just to quit talking about this. And he says, "Ma ahlaka ma kana qablukum." I think that which have let those nations before you perish was going through these matters. So he basically encouraged them not to be invested within.
Don't think too hard
faith.
About it. Yeah.
Yeah, and so this is one where the
because it's one of those like tainted danger thoughts, right? That would get you away from this and realize that it doesn't add up.
No, it's not. Well, it's like you're saying, without that, then you would be able to understand reality in a way that everything would add up, even without religion.
No, that's not what I'm saying. Not that everything
Reality
would add
itself.
up.
No. I'm just saying. It would be totally unfair to say that it's almost like saying where reality adds up, but religion does not. When in fact we cannot even comprehend the origin of the
That's not what
cosmos
I'm
or
saying.
infinity.
That's not what
I
I'm saying.
understand.
No,
Well, okay. Without religion, just throw religion out the window. Within the scope of reality, are we deterministic? Do you believe that we are
that's the
material?
thing. I don't need to have an answer to tell you that your answer doesn't make sense. Like that's a
I told you.
concept that
No. I told you my answer. My answer is that we have free will, but it's constrained by the qada qadar of God. So there
is
are
it free or is it
restraints.
constrained? Those two things are contradictory, free and constrained.
I like a quote by Al-Ghazali who said, "We are free in regard to things that we can control." Excuse me, I just remembered in Arabic. Just give me a sec. Uh,
You can say it in Arabic if you'd like.
okay, so I think he says something along the lines of, mm, "نحن wait. نحن مخيرون فيما نعلم مسيرون فيما لا نعلم." Now, obviously, that's not a doctrine, but it's one of the best codes that I heard in regards to qada al qadar. Basically, we are given a free choice in regards to these things that we know, and we don't have freedom in regards to into things we don't know. And you can add on top of it things we can control and things we cannot control. I cannot control earthquakes, volcanoes,
But
where
how does that
I
apply
am
to
born.
Shaitan? How does that apply to Shaitan? Did he have a choice to tell God, yes, I will obey you, and none of us would be here?
We're concerned about the well-being of Shaitan now.
No, because you asked me to like the archetype of Shaitan, the
Oh, fair
hypothetical.
enough.
Yeah, right? Like if
So we
Shaitan was
believe
part of the story, part of the
yeah,
plot.
we believe that Shaitan prior to this, Satan, Lucifer, or Iblis, have had a life of his own. Like he was not born at that particular moment. And there, if you would go through, read some of the Islamic literature, there is all sort of origin stories as to who Satan is. Some speculate that he was an angel, a fallen angel, like some Christians speculate. Some speculate that he was in Earth and who he lived in. Like there's entire speculative stories that are interesting and fun to read. You could still enjoy it even as an unbeliever. I guess it would make a good fan fiction for you. And so we believe that it's part of his trial to go through that test. Everyone go through a test in life. His own trial, his own test was for his ego to be tested. So God already knew that Satan, despite all of the goodness that he has, have had an ego problem, let's say. And so his test was to see if he actually could resist that or not. Because,
But he knows
well,
that the ego problem, he knows the result of the test.
it doesn't matter if the teacher knows what results you're going to put in the paper, you still choose these answers. So it
No,
doesn't matter
that's
what.
the thing.
Did God? Well, the point is, did God force him to do so? We're not saying did God know. Did God force him to do so? Because now you're changing it. You said just moments ago, God already forced Satan by writing this. Now you're saying, but he knows. That's a totally different issue.
It's
Knowing
like
is not the same
but
as forcing.
here's the problem with that analogy. The better analogy would be like if I wrote a play, then the actors right in that play
You
keep
force them.
doing things up to the script, but that is a script. Like there is
No,
no way
no,
that Shaitan was going to do things differently.
and we need to distinguish between what is it that you dictated for that to happen, and what is it that you knew it would happen. Those are not the same thing, Aladdin.
Does anything happen without God's permission?
Obviously not.
So can Shaitan accept God's message and not be arrogant?
If God
That would
forces, if
that would
God,
go against God's permission, right? Because God
if
only
God,
permitted him to act one
well,
way.
if God brainwash him, yeah, if God could brainwash him to accept Islam,
But God didn't.
yeah,
So
because
this is
God loved
God's
free will.
permission. God's doing.
Yeah, well, it's like what Christopher Hitchens says when he was asked about free will. He said, we are determined," or I think it was in the line of, "I have no choice but to be free." He was asked about free will in one of his interviews, and Christopher Hitchens said, we have no choice but to be free, or something along these lines. I'm just paraphrasing. Maybe some of the audience could remember that quote. And I really like that quote, despite it coming from an atheist. And Christopher is an articulate individual, and I like him despite different positions that we have. So we have no choice, including Satan, not to be free in terms of the decisions that we make. So I guess what doomed Satan, that he was free at that particular moment. Maybe he would be saved. In fact, all of us would be saved if God forced us into heaven. But again,
but God only gave him permission to do this one thing. Like God gave him permission to disobey. That's it.
No. God gave him the freedom to choose to obey or not. That's totally different
So
than forcing
was it
him
out
to
of
obey.
like? Could it have happened? Is there an alternative timeline where he would have surprised God and obeyed?
I wouldn't use the word surprise, because that again would indicate that God does not know, but this is not what we're talking about. We're talking about, was there a scenario where Iblis would have had a better choice, the better choice, which is to kneel in front of Adam like he was ordered? Yes, he
Right.
was given the choice.
But
That's how the story goes. He was given a choice, he disobeyed, and then he became an example for anyone who is trying to put his ego in front of his needs or the things that he should do.
so this is all about the here's the thing. This is all about the contradiction that I would see and you would see, you would not see, between free will and predestination.
And yet you wouldn't tell me if we have free will or if we're determined. I'm gonna give you an answer, and you're not gonna give me an answer. I'm
But
telling
here's
you.
the thing. I can give you an answer, and my answer is I don't know if it's
Well,
a combination. Like I don't know if the placement of the first atoms or whatever, or if like
if you don't know, then how did you come to the conclusion that Islam is not true if you don't know?
based on assessing the factors that are in front of me. I have to start somewhere. And if I start by saying anything that I
So
don't know is what God knows, and
would it be
therefore
accurate then to say that you don't know if Islam is true or not? You're
I
agnostic
do
in
know to
regard.
the best of my abilities that Islam is not true because it has never been proven to be true. Let me put it this
You
way.
want certainty. You want Islam to be absolutely certain, just like you do with the lab
No,
experiment.
Islam is not even remotely plausible to me because it was never proven to be true. And not only that, the suspicion
What's the
things in it,
criteria you're asking for? What's the criteria?
God would know what that criteria is better than I.
Oh, so basically it's
here's-
impossible.
No. Here's the thing. Like I'll give you an analogy that I think fits very well. If I come out and see that my car is missing and someone tells me it drove away on its own, right? Like it animated and drove away. I don't have to know the real answer to tell them I don't believe that answer because that's not a plausible one. That's never happened before. You're asking me to trust.
Maybe it's a Tesla car that has been hacked. How do you know?
My car's not a Tesla, but let's say
well, it's a hypothetical scenario. So
in my hypothetical, I'm telling you, it's a gas-driven car, right?
I'm just gonna change the hypothetical to my advantage
then. Then there is a way to investigate that. Then I would look into the logs. Then I would see how it drove away. We can find the car and find the logs. But point is, just because my neighbor said the car drove away on its own, right? And it's not a car that drives away on its own, doesn't mean that I have to accept that just because I don't have an answer. My answer is I don't know if the universe is deterministic or free will.
Okay, so you're saying in regard to Islam, you're going to go with what you perceive to be the most probable answer.
Right. Or actually, not only that, it's not only the most probable answer. To prove it would have to surpass the probable. Let me put it this way. Let me put it this way. So we're starting from the point that it's never been proven, and the arguments Islam makes for itself are not only similar to arguments that humans make, like they are very similar, and that indicates that they are just as believable as other religions. So in that case, why would I believe Islam if it looks like every other religion? And obviously there's differences, but there is no concrete reason for it to be true.
Would you say that all religions are equivalent in terms of their plausibility?
No, I wouldn't even say that because Islam has many little shortcomings, well, big shortcomings that make it even less and less plausible. Because there might be an answer to all of these contradictions.
So for the sake of entertainment, between the three monotheistic religions or Abrahamic religions, Christianity, Judaism, and Islam, who's the most probable to be true in your opinion?
I can't make that assessment because I don't know enough about them. But based on like the concept of heaven and hell,
based on what little you know, because you said you know to the best of your ability that Islam is not true. So to the best of your ability, what is more probable to be true between the three Abrahamic religions?
to be clear, I know very little to nothing about Judaism, but based on what I know about Christianity, there are similar concepts of heaven and hell, and like the original sin is also another thing. That makes it also not plausible. I don't know how to rank it compared to Islam.
Would you say Islam is less probably to be true than Christianity?
I really don't have an answer because I don't know enough about Christianity to tell you. To me, it's more like it's more
Okay.
like all of their not only improbable, all of their impossible to be true, unless like for Islam to be true,
Well,
there have to be like
if we're going to talk
explanations on
about
top of
if we're going to talk about
explanations.
something that is not plausible, then obviously there is a degree of plausibility between different worldviews.
But Islam is about certainty. It like God should not hinge, and that's the thing. If God is perfect, like going off of that's not me telling God what to do.
Well, I
Going
mean, if we
off
have
of the
absolute certainty, then what's the use of faith? If we have absolute certainty, like why do we
That's a
have
good
faith?
question. Why is faith a good thing? Why is faith isn't faith okay, let me phrase it this way. If you have two gullible people, you teach one that atheism is the true way and you teach one that Islam is the true way. Both of them will believe what they believe, but they're gullible, right? And why would a gullible person have an advantage over someone who's not gullible? They have fewer barriers to believe.
So when you hear the word faith, what comes to your mind? Well, what does faith is? What is faith?
Certainty from ignorance.
Well, so when I say, or when you say to someone that you love, I have faith in you, do you mean you trust them naively?
Well, I'm thinking in the context of religion, it's certainty from
No,
not
I'm asking
knowing.
you just about the word itself. What is the word faith? Is that
Huh?
because you
It's
asked me about what is the origin of the word kufr, like in terms of its dictionary meaning? So faith has to have some original
okay
meaning.
in a colloquial or in a general sense, it's more like hope.
Okay,
Hope
that's
and
a step forward from just naive ignorance.
no, it's not naive ignorance. It's certainty from ignorance. It's not an insult. It's certainty
Well,
without
hope is
knowing.
not certainty. Now that's a totally different thing. We
In the
moved from
context of religion, yeah, certainty from ignorance. But in general, hope is depends on how you use the word. If you're talking in general, or like I have faith in you, my friend, that you're going to do this. That just means that, to be honest, like from my point of view, it means that I've assessed enough of the facts here that it's probable that you will do well. So I am going to be nice and tell you that I have faith in you because the probability is high enough. That's what faith means to me. Or like I hope I will leave that probability, the uncertainty, I'll just dismiss it for now because I just hope for the best.
well,
That's what that means.
okay. Is there anything in life that you could say with absolute certainty you know to be factual, other than the fact that you exist?
Other than the fact that I exist,
Is there anything else you know with absolute certainty, other than the fact that you know you exist?
that I need water to survive, that's a fact.
Is it 100%? Like, is it like absolute fact? Maybe there's some kind.
Well, based on my experience so far, like maybe there's some new chemical compound that could sustain me.
That's no way near certainty. So when we're
It's
talking about,
it's closer to certainty than the plausibility of Islam being true. Way closer.
well, at least now we kind of have a better understanding of what we mean when we say certainty. Certainty in this context does not mean absolute knowledge. What do you mean when you say certainty, or most people colloquially, let's say, is something that akin to the high plausibility, and then the room of uncertainty that is still left, that's faith.
Right, but in Islam, faith is a virtue, and it's not asking you to make a tiny leap. Faith is more important than facts in Islam. Isn't that true?
Faith is much more important. Well, faith is definitely a virtue, but when you say, well, faith is much important than the facts, well, what if a Muslim confront a scene where someone have to be convicted? Would they
No,
have to
not
go
in
with their...
jurisprudence. I'm talking about when it comes to the afterlife. Faith in Islam, Iman, is a lot more important than submission or knowing. Like it's more important than adherence. Faith is the highest degree. It's the best of the best. Why is faith, or why is, again, I'm not saying that
because
believers are
there's
gullible, but
already the conviction. Well, as a Muslim, and I would speak for myself and those who agree with me on this, because I wouldn't say that. But I guess for the majority of Muslims, and maybe you could correct me on this based on your own experiences, it is the case that logical argumentation to prove God is of a secondary significance to the innate awareness that is ingrained within us. Like we obviously within
that's a
the
presumption, the innate awareness, the fitrah. I don't agree, but
I understand,
yeah.
but we believe that we are not born blank slates, that we're not born completely empty in terms of our minds or our instincts. Like we have desires and needs and systems that exist within us. Like you just asked the previous guest where morality comes from. And there was a discussion as to whether it comes from religion or it basically comes from another source. And this falls within the same parameters as to in regard to this innate knowledge of God, because
but
in the
the
same way,
reason why you believe in this fitrah or innate knowledge of God goes back to your belief in Islam, which relies a huge amount on faith.
wouldn't you agree that most people believe in some sort of a higher power?
I don't know if
Non-Islamic
I'd
things.
agree with that. No, I don't know. We
Oh,
don't
what?
know anymore.
We didn't know.
What does belief in a higher
I
power
mean,
in general
the
have to do with the
statistics speaks.
specifics of truthness of
Oh,
Islam?
because that would correlate with our conviction that this is actually an indication of the fitrah that
Not
we believe in.
necessarily, because belief in a
Well, I
higher
mean,
power. No, but here's what I mean. Belief in a higher power doesn't necessarily mean that therefore fitrah is a true concept. It could just mean that people yearn
it
for
doesn't.
hope, and if they don't have
Well,
that
it
hope
doesn't
or they
have
don't need
fitrah.
it.
Doesn't have to be 100% certainty. It has to be close enough.
But that's what I'm
The
saying.
most it's the
Fitrah is
most plausible
capitalizing.
explanation.
Well, fitrah is capitalizing. It's putting a label on something that existed before Islam. It's like if I come and I put a name on thirst for water and say my religion says that thirst for water is called fitrah too or something, and then I say isn't fitrah true?
Okay.
No, you're just labeling something that exists. It
Okay.
doesn't
So
give it credit.
what if the word fitrah linguistically just appeared, let's say 10 years ago, for example? It still describes something that exists, that people innately believe in some form of
It
a higher
doesn't mean that
power.
it is Islamically true. It means that that
Well,
thing existed and you're making an observation about it, right?
well,
And
it existed prior to 14 centuries ago, obviously, because we believe it's not correlated to the revelation that got sent to the Muhammad exclusively. It is a human nature, just as morality
I
is.
get where you're
What?
coming from. I get where you're coming from.
Yeah.
But that's the thing. If you look today at this belief in a higher power, the more that people have their needs met, right? The more that things are explainable, the less mystical and uncertain the world is, the less they feel this yearning for, oh, there must be something bigger. It's a gap. It's a gap filler, basically. Back in the day, like back in the days when they knew very little, that was a huge gap to fill, and it often resulted in thinking of a vague higher power, and that's the fitrah. But today it's not happening as often, and who knows, in 100 years this inclination will just be maybe gone even more. So just because it exists doesn't mean that Islam is correct about it. It just labeled something that exists.
I can understand the reasoning behind this. I understand where you're coming from with this. I also want to mention that I'm really enjoying this and I appreciate your time.
Me
I just
too,
want to, yeah, but just in case somebody was on the line, because I don't want somebody to wait as long as I did. So if you start guessing, and I'm happy to continue, but just in case
We do have one more caller, so you know what?
okay.
If you can hop on the next stream, obviously I'll take some other calls as well.
Oh
But
yeah,
we should continue the conversation.
yeah.
Yeah. I truly do enjoy this call, by the way. I hope that
Absolutely.
goes. Yeah.
And if you still have anything to ask or any final statement, personally, all I want to say, I think I've already shared it. I would just add to it. Really appreciate you, and I didn't get to actually interact with the comments. I would have loved to answer some of the questions, people. I'm sure there were a lot of comments and questions, and it would have been wholesome to interact with them. But I would appreciate everyone just being here and listening, interacting, and being wholesome the whole time. So yeah, appreciate everybody, and thanks to you, Aladdin, and the mic. I give the mic to you.
Yeah. Thanks again, Sami, and yeah, have a good one.
You too, man. Take care.
Bye-bye. Yeah, thanks, Sami, again. Yeah, there are a lot of comments, but it's impossible to keep up with everything, of course. Yeah, all right. I'll read a few super chats and other stuff, and then I'll get to Damien, the last caller for today. Thank you everyone for watching so far. Food and Religion, thanks for becoming a member. That's very nice. Now you can use the emojis. You better make use of those custom emojis, guys. I commissioned someone to make them, and I really like them. So use them a little bit more often. Hassan Radwan is in the chats. Thank you for being here. He says, I agree belief is complicated, but then what do you think of those who say God Islam is certain and doubting is a crime? Oh, that would be a question for next time. And Ashok Chahar, very generous of you. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Yeah, that makes my day. And same to you at 5. Thank you very much. And Ashok says, well, live streams are best for engaging with the audience. I like the short edited videos of yours. They're the best, funny as well. I feel so uneasy accepting any claims of knowledge and wisdom, but yeah, whatever of it I have. Thank you. Many more videos coming, some in the works right now, but it's good to have this variety for sure. Yeah, and Hassan Alwan was in there with some references the whole time. I couldn't highlight all of them, but if anyone would like to go back and read them, here they are. So, getting to the last caller, Damien, I hope you're ready. I'm adding you in 3, 2, 1. Hey, Damien, how's it going?
Hey, man, how are you doing?
I am good. How are you?
Does my mic sound well?
Yeah, sounds pretty good.
Great. I got on the live stream when I think the guy previous to the guy that was just now was talking about. Well, I think he had a sort of interesting view that the audience and most of us can sort of relate to. Progressive or reformist Muslims in terms of this way of dealing with, I would say, with the contradictions and sort of cognitive dissonances that, well, Muslims do actually encounter and sort of go through the mental gymnastics and all these different apologetics from scholars and self-proclaimed sheikhs or scholars in YouTube, which I can say that I was one of them. I'm sort of in a limbo phase right now. I'm more outside than inside the faith of Islam. Mainly, and I want to connect this with the point that the previous caller was mentioning, that it's not so much about one thing making you doubt the path itself, but I'm sure like the analogy, the Jenga analogy has been brought up many times. It's one thing that leads you to another thing that leads you to another thing, and all these convictions you've had for your whole life, sort of you start seeing them or looking at them from a different light per se. So I've been brought up as a Muslim for my whole life, and in terms of background, I'm from I wouldn't say like a very 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 religious and practicing family, but surely a Sunni Muslim background. So I would say that the main things that were observed were fasting, Eid, and that would be it, and prayer. But that was sort of a thing that you would go and come from, depending on the degree of religiosity or connection to the faith. But I've sort of written down a few of the points I wanted to talk about, which I think I think they are the ones I sort of point out the most when I talk to other people. And the first one, which has to do with the first caller, I think, has to do with this idea of reformist Muslims or progressive Muslims sort of bringing up the different ideas about how to sort of approach the problematic or the problematic convictions or ideas that they cannot reconcile in terms of the Islamic jurisprudence. I think that at the end of the day, they come from an honest position, as in, like, especially from the West, as in trying to sort of create or construct a bridge between, let's say, liberalist ideas and rights with Islam, such as I've always heard and sort of swallowed the idea that Islam was the first system to give women the right to vote. But what type of voting is there in Islam? Like, that's one of the things that I've actually sort of realized until like just a couple of weeks ago. But I've always used that as an argument when it came to defend Islam, when I was talking to non-believers or atheists, and I was always sort of proud to actually proclaim that Islam gave the right to vote for women. But then what type of voting are we talking about? Like, and at the end of the day, it doesn't matter how you try to say that, for example, homosexuality is not a sin if you don't act upon it. But and then we have all this discourse about trying to reconcile it, but it doesn't change the fact that the fatwas have been given for centuries, and the jurisprudence is clear. Like, it is a sin, such as in many other things, such as riba, and you have a lot of scholars saying that interest is not haram, but the mainstream and orthodox jurisprudence says the contrary. So I feel like it's a sort of interesting approach, but at the end of the day, it doesn't. You're contradicting the mainstream ideas and jurisprudence that do have justification in terms of scriptures. So I feel like this sort of idea is going to gain strength as time goes by, but it won't change the mainstream jurisprudence and the different fatwas that have been given for so much. And many of the majority of Muslims, especially Sunni Muslims, they will still join the ideas of homosexuality is a sin. You cannot take, you cannot engage in interest. You cannot engage in, I don't know, even, for example, dating, even if it's consensual, or many of the doctrines or ideas that Islam, especially mainstream Islam, does have. Which, I mean, at the end of the day, mainstream Islam is the one that gives out the jurisprudence and the model for actually conducting your life in a way that it's
the one that affects the most people, right?
Exactly, in accordance to the scripture. So I feel like it is a good approach, but it doesn't change the fact that the scripture contradicts the individual beliefs or this cognitive dissonances.
I have some questions for you because you said some very interesting things.
Sure.
I really liked your analogy of Jenga. I know you said you might have heard this analogy. I don't think I have, or if I have, it didn't register in my mind.
Yeah, it's not an original. Sorry for interrupting, but it's not original from me. But I've heard it, and so I think I've heard it the first time from Vito Witz, I think.
Okay.
Yeah. So he was the first one. Yeah.
It's a great analogy. For those who don't know, it's like a game of a pile of I don't know, what are they called? Like kind of rectangular prisms, I guess. Like little pieces of wood, and you just keep taking them out, and the objective is for the tower not to fall, but eventually it falls because the foundation gets weak.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a great analogy. In my go-to analogy was it's like I'm on a wooden ship, and every now and then there's a hole and there's water that's coming in, and I am plugging more holes than the ship is actually worth saving. Like at some point, you realize that you don't need to be on this ship. You don't need to be on a ship at all. You can find land. It's just feeling like you're in the middle of the ocean and this ship is all you got. That's what keeps you on it. Anyway, that came to mind.
Yeah, you could say that the boat is also shared by a lot of people who are also, by the way, this is going to keep getting it to sink. So that's how I feel about the apologetics.
Or you don't want to abandon them to like be on this sinking ship, so you want to stay there with them. Like there's a lot more that we can go with this this analogy.
Sure.
Yeah. Sure. Yeah, or you just don't want to be floating on a life raft all alone. I don't know. You mentioned that there's a lot of cognitive dissonance that you had, and you didn't realize, and you would defend things in Islam and say, you know, it gave women rights to vote and so on. Can you tell me, is it at the time that you didn't look into it or think about it deeply enough, but you started saying those things, or did you always have these questions in the back of your mind?
So I would honestly, and from the bottom of my heart, I would say that I've always been a critical thinker and a very questioning individual. Like I've always had questions for be it the most mundane thing to the most sort of abstract thing, like not even internally, but to my parents, to friends, to I don't know, even to the point of debating teachers at university or high school. Like I remember that I had a lot of questions in the field of philosophy when I was undergoing the subject, and I remember that. I mean, the teacher. I would say that maybe she was a Christian. I mean, that's my assumption, so I may be wrong. But the way I sort of connect this to apologists or sheikhs or those who have more knowledge than you, I just remember that I had a lot of questions in class. I was probably the only one asking questions that actually created a platform for discussion of the ideas that she was teaching us about. But I remember that at one point she sort of just had enough and just always had a smile on her face, and she was always ignoring me. So I think that was sort of a cop out, not necessarily a cop out answer, but a cop out from an attitude point of view. Like I remember that there were times where when she just didn't know how to answer, and she was the teacher. So the reason why I've lived with different and many cognitive dissonances, I would say it has to do with the emotional attachment you just have to Islam. Honestly, like you are always taught this idea about Islam being perfect, Islam being everlasting, being for all times, for everyone. The Prophet is the best example for humans to follow. He is the person in history to have been written the most about, which is something I sort of, I would say I disagree with without having looked at the status, to the numbers or the numbers, and I would say that you, as time goes by, the cognitive dissonances you have, they solidify with time as you sort of push them back, and they sort of become a fossil. So you don't actually need to look at them until you are sort of faced or asked about them, and that's like my second point, which I wanted to bring on. The one of the things which I think is very common for a lot of doubting believers or anyone who follows a doctrine or an ideology.
Wait, before you start sharing
Yeah,
that with
sorry.
me. I just want to ask you a couple of questions here before
Sure.
you share that.
Sure.
You said that you're somewhere in between and you're kind of more out than in.
Yeah.
And it seems like you're very aware of cognitive dissonance and you're very aware
Yeah.
of what's keeping you. I want
I,
to
I
ask
wouldn't
you,
I wouldn't say there's things keeping me. Like it's just, I would say it's just like the last sort of, I'm like in the, like the door is in front. Like I'm just sort of not waiting for the day. I think it's just not rushing to it per se. Like I would say I'm more agnostic than agnostic. I still believe in sort of a higher entity, divinity, however we want to call it. Even though we don't have evidence, which you could actually criticize my point as another cognitive dissonance. It's yeah. I mean, reading the comments, I don't know if the term ex-Muslim, I would sort of consider it as a term I sort of abide by, but by definition, it is. It's just, I think it's just a matter of sort of accepting it. I do accept that all the apologetics and justifications do not make sense. As
well, you don't have to worry too much about whether the label, because the way you say it, whether you like have to adhere to the label or not.
Yeah,
you
no.
take your time with it, and obviously you'll know when you know, and you'll have to see what does that label mean and what does it do for you. That doesn't quite matter what it's called, rather than where you're at with your head right now, and seems like you're aware of that for sure.
Yeah, I actually didn't know about the ex-Muslim community until during this last month of Ramadan, honestly. And it's, I think it's because it's not something that is talked about, which is, I mean, it's on the rise, and more people are talking about it, and more people are knowing about it. It's
Don't mind me asking, how did you come across it?
that's sort of interesting. Actually, in the last sort of moments per se of finding or trying to find justifications and apologetics and explanations, be it by context or logic, or even through the lens of psychology or philosophy, by the likes of Muhammad Hijab, Daniel Haqiqatu. I think it all came down when I encountered the video where he was debating Safiya, I think, about education, and which you actually commented on the video. To be honest, Daniel is the one who, because you can certainly draw parallels and lines between Muhammad Hijab, Ali Dawa, even scholars such as Umar Suleiman, Yasir Qadi, and someone like Daniel Haqiqatju, for example. But you maybe wouldn't see him such as extreme per se, as in not sort of just being blunt about it, like. And
They're
to be
varying
honest,
degrees of bluntness, to be honest, but yeah, he's the most like, you get what you get, and you kind of like that about him in a sense that, yeah, at least it's less BS.
honestly, at first I was like, well, the guy is somewhat speaking the truth, or making sense in an Islamic view. But I remember just finishing the video. I was at my mother's home, and for a couple of days I was still looking at videos, but something wasn't just ringing, because I mean, not his stance, but Islam's stance on homosexuality, or even the interactions and the dynamics between men and women. Living in the West, that sort of like that is going to create a cognitive dissonance. that is going to be something you will think about as a Muslim. That's some. I mean, even if you come to the point of I don't have let's say load feelings, I don't have this sort of arousal, I do understand the nature, but like why what is this the reason for such a general stance on without taking into account the subjectivity of each individual, like by shaking someone else's hand, be it a woman in this case, or be it someone trans, or be it someone who's not a Muslim, or who's a mahram, like it's not going to take you to, I don't know, man. It just feels always like such a, it's either black or white. If you shake it, then that leads to this, leads to this, it leads to this, and it's not. I think life is not like that.
I think it encourages that behavior because it just makes it like if you expect that shaking hands with a woman is going to give you lustful thoughts, then a portion of people are going to start having lustful thoughts because they're like, wait, that's what's supposed to happen, right?
Exactly.
Or more like they're harder to dismiss because they're like, you know what, that's what God said would happen. So it's the fault of the interaction, not something that I have to process well, you know? Yeah, it's I've seen that a lot. Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
No, nothing. I was just gonna say that, like, did you see that as an extreme version of Islam, or did you see that it made sense?
Look,
like it made sense in terms of like within the Islamic framework, I guess. Did you see it as a misunderstanding or extreme interpretation, or did you see it as like, oh, it checks out, that's how it's supposed to be?
Look, I would say that if I came across, because at one point in my life, I mean, it's not the first time I'm actually studying Islam. It has been something that I've done for the, I would say since I was 16, 17 years old. That was when I started to become a bit more interested in the faith and sort of look out for the teachings and the reasoning behind. Because as I said, my family per se, they have never taught me anything besides, you know, fasting and like the 5 pillars, and you know, like the basic stuff and stuff that you could say, well, I would have said it was more cultural. The thing, following this, at that point I was actually looking at, you know, at that time I was looking at Dawa Man when he was like way more liberal looking per se. Like the guy was I remember that he dropped, it was the time where he dropped the video about telling Eminem to contest the Quran by making a smaller verse that could have so much background meaning. And I remember that I saw a comment that
little known fact, that's the origin of the song Rap God. But
yeah, exactly.
I'm joking.
Exactly.
I'm joking. I don't even know.
No, but I
That'd be
mean,
funny.
no, but the guy actually used that song as a justification for it, as a justification for the challenge. Yeah. I remember that the Imran.
He was like, "How dare you like challenge Allah, or you think you're God or something?"
Exactly.
Oh my God, these people want to make everything about them. Like Eminem doesn't give a shit about your like worldview. He's not sitting there being like, "I'm gonna challenge Allah," and by making a song called Rap God. But I think that's very hard for them to understand that they're not the center of the universe. Neither is
but as
the
Muslims,
religion.
as Muslims, you do believe that. You do believe that Islam is the force that the world and the universe and the galaxies surrounded, and Islam is the reason why everything is in place and works the way it does. But so yeah, at that time when I was 16, 17, 18, it was the first time I actually encountered the you know, the Dawah scene and all the apologetics and all of that. So, but at one point I remember that I used to follow Ali Dawah and all these guys on Facebook, and I was in my first year of university, and I remember that I was. It's you can I mean, I wouldn't say it was extreme because in the types of posts they were writing about and posting, but I felt very uncomfortable because they were all over the feed, and it wasn't just like in the notions of nasihas and advice, but it was just as pure fatwas of something happened in the UK, then a video is I mean, it's the same rhetoric that is going on till
Well,
today.
did you see it as like at the time? Did you see it as a mutation of Islam, or did you see it as, oh, this makes sense, but why is it so bad?
I would say it would be a mix of both, because since I think the dynamics between someone who doesn't have the knowledge and someone who poses to have the knowledge or does have such knowledge, there's always going to be a sort of hierarchical dynamic that you maybe take as true. But it was mainly the fact that I saw them way too often on my feed, and especially Ali Dawa. Like his discourse, especially at the time, was, I mean, I don't know if it's much different as of now, but it was just, I was going to class, I was interacting with people, but then I was going to Facebook and this guy was posting stuff, which is at the time
it's worse than now. It's worse than before. I think it's in a decline for him.
Yeah, I would say the social pressure and the pressure from the West per se, in terms of fighting for the rights of many individuals, is bringing up to light many things in Islam which oppose those views. So yeah, I mean, I don't know if the guy feels different to back then. He probably does, because his subscriber count has risen with years, and I mean, not to come on the field of statistics, but the Dawah scene has changed like a lot. It wasn't as plural and as common as it is now. Like, you have TikTok filled with videos, you have YouTube filled with videos, you even have, I mean, Facebook, whoever goes into Facebook today. But the reason why I stopped, it was just because I did see it a lot of in the feed, and it was making me just uncomfortable. Like, I didn't have bad intentions when it came to just talking with people, not only women or people of the opposite sex or gender, but it just felt like he was speaking from his point of view, and he was not living from my point of view. Like, okay, you do live in the West, you probably are done with studies, you do only engage with other male Muslims besides Speaker's Corner and all of this, but he is not in my shoes, which I'm going to. My experience is totally different than his, so it felt like sort of imposing. So at that point, I said, okay, I'm follow this, and the thing is, the only one I kept following, not as active, was Omar Suleiman, because he was much more progressive in a sense. So his posts were not, I didn't perceive them as not violent, but as so judgmental,
Was it because of the content of what he said, or the way that he said it?
In terms of Omar or
Omar.
Omar.
Yeah.
I would say because the guy focused much more on Sira and like the benefits of the teachings of the Prophet versus in the Quran, whereas the Dawah scene is much more. I always see it as a sort of a boxing match. It's always, you come with your arguments, I come with mine. Mine do have the justification of Islam, so my right punch is going to hit harder by two. So yeah,
sometimes they literally threaten a boxing match, like in the literal sense.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
But if you had been like, if your feed was filled with stuff that was similar to what Omar Suleiman was making, rather than the Dawah scene of Ali Dawah, do you think you would have had the same questions eventually? Because you said there's a lot of similarities between Omar Suleiman and the rest of them, even if on the surface, like, there's a different style.
Yeah.
Do you think you would have gotten to the same point?
No, because at that point I was still a devout Muslim in terms of in terms of belief and in terms of seeing Islam as a I always defended Islam as not a religion but a way of life. So that was like the main argument to like in terms of comparing it to other beliefs. So no, because I was, as I said, I still had a lot of belief in the deen, and because I was still sort of living in a bubble per se, like in university, which is one of the things Yasir Qadi mentioned in the holes in the standard narrative. When you are taught and educated in the West, especially in this case in my field, which is English studies, so I deal with linguistics and literature, and then with the sprinkle of psychology and philosophy, you are introduced to different ideas and how they relate to the way things work, especially in the West now. So at that point, I wouldn't even thought of the idea of doubting Islam, not even in the most extreme situation. But the thing is, as time has gone by, and different discourses have and different ideas have emerged, and experiences and things I've encountered, and people I've talked about, and the people I've encountered and interacted with, and as time, my critical thinking skills have gone much further, which I think it's a continuous process rather than a sort of an end goal objective. You start to see things from a different perspective, especially in a secular country. So the thing that going back to the point about Damien and his videos as the point where it sort of started the Jenga thing, it was the way he said it. It was just the way he said it. He was very blunt about it, very natural, and I've always been aware of the hudud, and I've been always aware of the patriarchal system in Islam. And I was always aware of the marriage of the Prophet Muhammad with Aisha. But, as I mentioned at the start, the emotional attachment to Islam is so big, and that the cognitive dissonances are justified by the emotional attachment itself.
Well, I want to ask you about that. So Omar Sulaiman, for example, talks about these topics, and I have made videos about that. Do you feel like because of that sentimental attachment that you had, because he wasn't very blunt, that was enough to keep those questions at bay for a while?
Yeah, like, and not even him. I remember that the justification I had, or sort of swallowed, for the longest time when it came to Surah Nisa, the verse, the ayah 34, was Khalid Yassin, who is an African American sheikh who had this. I've always been into hip hop, so the guy has this sort of urban approach, and his justification was the one that I've always had in my mind. But at the same time, it was always a cognitive dissonance. But as you mentioned, the sentimental attachment is strong, and that makes you sort of fortify it and keep it as logical. But I mean, the verse has been it, and it will keep on being refuted by many people. Like I think the Hassan Radwan's explanation or approach, or even yours, has been the I mean, it is very clear, especially Hassan's, with like the psychological dimension of those tap-ins with a miswak, which those things are not even in the Quran. Those are just interpretations by, and even the madhabs themselves do differ the object, but that's nowhere found in I mean, and even if it's nowhere found, to me, the nature of mentioning something, especially when it comes from God, That's something that the apologetics sort of diffuse from a logical or a contextual or even an historical explanation, which I think is one of the reasons why many Muslims even today do live with these with these justifications, and they are happy to bring them on in conversations. The thing is, if you look at it from just from a from a pragmatic scope, like why do you need to mention the light tapping, which is light is nowhere to be found in the verse. It is clear as water, like thought about.
You'd expect God to be clear about it the first time, like that there shouldn't be any ambiguity. But I want to ask you this then. I'm trying to bring a new approach to it. Like you said, Hassan Radwan's point about it. I've mentioned it, but I want to hammer it down with like different approaches, so that I'm not just sitting there and preaching to people and be like, this is why your sheikh is wrong, or this is why your book is wrong. So I have an approach like having a sketch about it, where I show the absurdity of, even if you take it to be a miswak, how would that scenario play out? Like, let's continue what God meant here. But I'm curious what you think about not only that approach. Do you think it's beneficial to make such a video to get people to think about it, or should we just let like their thoughts be undisturbed till they eventually figure it out?
That's another point that I wanted to bring about that. I think that the approach or the videos that you are mentioning in terms of how to delve with the subjects, I would say they are fruitful for the conversations actually happen, instead of just quoting or mentioning other scholars' explanations. And now that you've mentioned in terms of, for example, because I think that the first time I encountered your channel, it was through the short videos, the YouTube Shorts ones. And I think that posing as you mentioned, in the reasoning for doing such videos, I think that just posing the question, I think that just posing questions instead of giving justifications is much more not only interesting, but it actually sort of pushes the audience to think for themselves, which is what I do think you do with these, especially with these live streams, which is not just exposing judgment or exposing the justifications for the beliefs, but just to have people come and speak about their beliefs, as in just showing up and saying, this is what I believe, these are my reasonings, but not from a from a judgmental per se point of view,
like not from antagonistic, I guess, approach,
from an anti-hero point of view.
I feel like a lot of people, thank you for saying that. And I feel like a lot of people, if they had these discussions among themselves with other believers, even, they would get almost the same benefit, right? It's just that, I don't know about you, but these discussions weren't very common in believer circles. Like among my religious friends, I didn't, at a certain point, I was starting to distance a little bit from religious friends, because it was just there were a lot of discussions that I knew getting into would get rough, and it would just make it very like when you're hanging out with friends, you don't want to think about the stressful burden that has been on your mind, which is, what do I do about my beliefs? I need to face my cognitive dissonance. So when I try to approach these topics with more open-minded friends, right, who usually end up being less religious, it seems like they are less interested in exploring their beliefs than I am. So I don't know. This is my only space to do that, and I'm glad that other people are finding it too.
Yeah, now that you've mentioned this, I think another one of the reasons I've sort of distanced myself you know, the Omar Sulaimans and Ali Dawas and Muhammad Hijabs and all of these sort of discourses has been actually distancing myself from Muslim friends, especially Muslim friends, not just people who believe, because let's be honest, Christians and I don't know one single Jew, to be honest, where I live. Most of my circles do not have Muslim friends. I only have two, and one of them is from high school, and the other one I've met randomly at one point, but he's not very religious per se. So I think that there's a sort of lack of need to discuss these types of things, which if you add them to your cognitive dissonances, you sort of forget about them in terms of you just live in the best way possible with a core beliefs that maybe your friends or your group of friends do not share, but you are not friends with them for any other reason than the affinity you have with them and the love you have for them and the empathy you feel for them. So there's no sort of reinforcement or remembering of those cognitive dissonances.
Well, so did you distance yourself from Muslim friends consciously or subconsciously, and is it to avoid cognitive dissonance? Or to avoid facing your cognitive dissonance?
No, I would say it's always been something subconscious. I've always had other especially where I live, the Moroccan population is very present in the country where I live, and I've always had other Moroccan friends, but I've always had a sort of distaste or sort of a lack of comfort at one point or another. It is weird because you do have the community aspect, which you, and the identity aspect, which you sort of identify and share with these people, but at the same time you do have this Western identity per se, which is not Western. It's just the fact that you have been born in a Western country and you have been raised in a collective secular Western population, and I remember that their views and some things have always, and it's not even my friends, my family as well. There are certain attitudes or comments you hear from them, and that's the thing. You can hear the religious justifications, but you can define it at the end of the day as cognitive dissonance. You know, they make sense in a jurisprudential Islamic way, but they do not sit well with you. And it's like, why do I have, like, why such a reasoning or such an attitude towards a group of people is mandatory or is even mentioned? Like, especially the hatred for Jews is big. Big.
Did it make you feel comfortable to hear excuses like that was a specific group of Jews that were fighting with the messenger and his people and so on? Because that's the given excuse is, oh, that's a specific like group of Jews. Did that make your discomfort go away?
I would say that's the approach most Muslims undergo through.
I wouldn't say most Muslims, because a lot are comfortable with the idea that God said hate this group, so it is what it is.
Yeah. I mean, the reasoning for what I said has to do more with those who do not sort of agree with that stance. That, I mean, it's always going to be a dichotomy between what the Muslim thinks or believes, because he's an individual, and what Islam teaches. But since you cannot dispute, or you cannot discuss, and you cannot critique Islam, you sort of take it as, a capital truth. So in a sense, you think, okay, this might be the reasoning, but in this case, you know what? I'm gonna just act in the best possible way towards these group of people, even though my dogma or my doctrine or my belief says this. Because I've encountered the hatred for Jews from family, friends, and they probably have not met a lot of Jews, for example, or even let's just not take it to the religious scope of other religions, but just homosexuals, like even people who do have different feelings, or even a different type of lifestyle, or even to the point of drinking. Like, drinking is seen as such an abhorrent thing that people think, or they get an idea and a stereotype from people just for drinking, for example. And this is very, very, very present in Arab populations. Very,
I
especially
definitely noticed that, yeah. And
yeah,
the thing is, though, it's easier to understand that mentality of being, associating stereotypes and just like archetypes with, oh, he drinks, therefore everything else.
exactly.
Because drinking at the core of it is a poison, and like there is a lot to be said about, oh, what about in moderation and so on.
Exactly.
But it's easier to justify that mentally than, a Jewish person or a gay person or any other kind of other. That the harm in that isn't as obvious, and it's in most cases it's not even a harm, or there's no case to be made at all about why that should be hated. But yeah, the drinking one is known, but they don't take the same attitude towards like smoking shisha, for example, which is super common, but it's harmful and it is a drug.
Because smoking is makruh.
Yeah, but it's not
That's why.
outright haram. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's no explicit prohibition, but it's makruh. It is.
And just to comment on this, Robert is saying, and again, we have comparing gay people to drinking. Yeah, that's the thing, though, in the mindset of at least a lot of religious people from the Muslim background, it's whatever is bad is just conflated with like morally bad versus God said so is bad versus health is bad. It's all in the same category. So anything that's not halal or makruh, anything that's haram, it's all might as well be the same thing, is what they think, right?
Yeah.
Like that's why having a stereotype of a drinker or something similar to someone who's gay or Jewish. So yeah, it's the unfortunate way it is. Yeah.
Yeah, and even the notion of women going out past 7 p.m. in Morocco, if there's, I'm sure in another Arab countries, you guys do have certain ways of describing, these type of attitudes, which again, at one point you always create the division between culture and religion. But a woman who goes out of home unsupervised, all on her own, past, let's just say at night, for the sake of argument, in Morocco, people would say, well, that woman in this case is salhota, which means, like very not
like ill-mannered,
yeah,
slutty
like
kind of.
yeah. It is very, very, I would say it is very it is a strong word in terms of semantics. Like, it does have very negative connotations. It is like you could say the worst of the worst. Like, between her and a prostitute, there's not, in terms of semantics, there's not like a big distance between both. But
Yeah,
then
you think that's like religion and culture bleeding into each other?
that's the thing. I was always taught that, you being Saudi, I was always taught.
To clarify, I'm not Saudi,
Sorry,
but
sorry,
yeah.
sorry.
But
Anyways, in
don't
countries
get the
like-
Saudi government on my ass. No, I'm not
Yeah,
Saudi.
yeah,
but
sorry.
yeah.
Yeah. It's just from previous videos. Well,
I am
anyways,
familiar with that area,
Exactly.
but not my nationality, thankfully.
Yeah. So in I was always taught that, you know, and not even always taught, but it is like the main, I mean, not the mainstream. Well, yeah, you could say that the mainstream sort of discourse that, you know, the Muslim always, in brackets, the Muslim countries, they do act upon their own ways of you know
Like their own cultural biases, you mean?
yeah,
Or
but
like
in terms
political?
yeah, in terms of what's the word, in terms of reading into the jurisprudence of Islam. So you have to always separate between culture and religion. Like every time you saw a you know death penalties, be it stoning, be it pushing someone from a building,
Like Daniel Haqiqatu jokes about that. Yeah.
that's the thing. That's the way he was saying it in such a natural and
Like
blunt way,
casual, nonchalant
with
manner. Yeah.
with the justifications from the scriptures. That was what it made me start to actually, okay, I've always heard this. I've always been told that, you know, for the hudud punishments, there need to be certain, you know, characteristics and demands that need to be met.
But even if they are met, like
Yeah, what's why do you need to mention them? And so that's I don't know. It was very uncomfortable to sort of face that dimension per se, because you've been always told that, you know, culture is one thing. Those governments do act on, you know, under their own objectives and goals and political ideologies and economic ideologies.
You know what I say to that is, those countries have had the advantage of having Islam way before any of the other secular countries and so on. How come there's a coincidence that there's a huge correlation between having Islam early on and having all of this so-called cultural corruption now, right? Like, it's not an excuse. It's not like Islam recently emerged in Saudi Arabia or Morocco and they're introducing their biases. Islam grew up with them, and it not only failed at fixing those so-called biases, but it made them worse. So that's just an excuse of saying it's culture, not Islam. I think it's very complicated because they grow up together.
Yeah, but the West is nonsensical, and the East, especially Muslim countries, are right. But then you do just look at something as simple as, you know, the rights of women, children, and men, and you can see the you know, the dichotomies between the West and the Eastern countries per se, and not only that, but if there's one thing that I've always had a hard time to wrap my head around, is if these countries are governing, or they do take their rulings from Sharia, why are they always so opulent? Like, why are they always showing off by having the biggest buildings? I've always had a hard time trying to understand if Islam always mandates you know, modesty and being, you know, basically being modest and not showing off, and showing off is a sign of, you know, not being a I would say even not being a good person, but also not being a good believer, because you're showing something that other people do not have. Why do that in an institutional level and use it as an attraction for even tourism? It's also a, you see, these type of things are the ones used as a way to justify the culture religion argument. But then you have countries that are smaller that maybe they don't show off as much, but they also rule by Sharia, and the commonalities are there.
I think that the way to eliminate all that confusion is to see what has the religion done in terms of improving these defects that are allegedly present in the countries themselves or the people themselves. And we see that it has failed in the same way in all of these different countries. And when it doesn't fail, it's an anomaly, or like the so-called golden age is not what we're dealing with right now. But all of this, I want to, I don't want to interrupt you, but like we have to wrap it up soon.
No, feel free, please.
I wanted to know, how does all of this bear on the truthfulness of the religion being from God or not? Like, do you weigh just how ugly certain things look or how they don't make sense, and that's why you don't believe in Islam? Or is it about the proving or truthfulness of the things having come from God at all?
For me, it all comes down to the justifications towards the doubts that have been presented towards history. Like, I've always had a hard time even discussing it with other people about the stands of Islam in the case of qadr and free will. Like, that's one thing. I know the previous conversation was about this, but it is very, very, very difficult to reconcile free will with predestination. It is almost like, and even if you do reconcile it, what's the reasoning for there to be predestination? Like,
because the logic behind that is that without predestination or without God knowing what's going to happen, then he is not the most powerful, most knowing God. The religion is bound by the definition of God, which is absolute perfection, and I don't know what perfection even would mean, but absolute strength in every way. So it would be a neutered God if it doesn't have ability to know the future.
Yeah. It comes back to the idea that God is omnipotent, perfect, and all these qualities that humans cannot have because they are created by God. So it is impossible for God to have any sort of human characteristic or finite characteristic or this. But one of the things that I wanted to sort of talk about is the, I mean, they do correspond to each other, but it's that the problematic stuff, and I say problematic especially from a moral point of view. It is weird, but it's never taught. It's always encountered. It's not taught by scholars. It's not taught by your teachers at madrasas. It's encountered by Muslims, especially now, through the internet, be it by YouTube comments, be it by YouTube videos you encounter, but it's never something taught, such as the 99 names of God or fasting or like.
Well, because I think I can answer why that is. I mean, if you go into studying Islam to become some kind of religious scholar or for personal reasons, then you're going to come across these things. But for the level of education that we all get is the bare minimum, or maybe more than the bare minimum, but it doesn't go that deep. And I think part of the reason is, even if they know they're controversial and tricky, it's not that the teachers think this is possibly not true, therefore, or like possibly ugly, therefore I'm not going to teach it. It's more like they don't have the knowledge necessary to accept this or to understand it, even if they themselves don't understand it. So they want to shield people from this confusion by not teaching them that far, because I think on some level they know that it's hard to justify these things, so they're just looking for the most indoctrinated or the most who've like invested so much energy into getting to that point of knowledge that they're ready to accept it. That's my hypothesis on it.
Yeah, and I would say that it is obvious because it is not a good look that puts speakers on the spot to actually come up with apologetics. And I also do think that this sort of connects with the idea that academic criticism or discussion is not that it's not welcome, but it's, I mean, it's not that it's not possible, but it's that it's not welcome, because the in an academic point of view or an academic approach towards something such as the status of women in Islam, which is not equal and it's purely patriarchal, or the something that really shocked me very hard was the notion of slavery in Islam. That was something I was not aware of, and that really made me consider many things that sort of have a connection to that and the dynamic between people. But like I was mentioning in the live chat before, that I still to this day do not understand how the video between Muhammad Hijab and Yasir Qadhi about the standard narrative having hosts, I still to this day don't understand how Yasir Qadhi justified it by saying it is a matter that it's only for really advanced students. Like, why do I need to go through so much to know about a certain topic within religion? Like, if I do have an interest about this, I do have an interest about Ya'juj and Ma'juj, if I do have an interest in the day of resurrection, if I do have all these extra like anything that is not bounded by reality per se, is always so less. Don't focus on this. Focus on your salah. Focus on the important things first, and all these matters of religion or jurisprudence are something much for much more advanced people, but not you.
Well, did that stop your mind from thinking about them, hearing that you need to be more advanced to start looking into it or to understand it?
I mean, if it isn't the case of Muhammad Hijab and Yasir Qadhi situation, it doesn't stop me, but it makes me reluctant to not see the things they say in a much more severe way. Like, why do you need to hide this? Like, if you say that they are standard holes, and I know that he might get backlash from it, he might get different. I mean, he might even get takfired on by other Muslims. But if you conceal things for discussion, that is going to be used against you.
That was a whole blunder that he didn't mean to.
Yeah, exactly.
Tell that was Hijab putting him on the spot, and I have to thank Muhammad Hijab, Ali Da'wa, Danny Hakika True. All those people are doing a great job in helping those who are on the fence not be so on the fence anymore. Just like decaying trust in this infallible almost person of knowledge who's telling you what to believe, because of how they're behaving and bringing things to light. They're not even necessarily that they're lying about anything. I'm sure they do, but when they are speaking the truth, the blunt truth, or they expose something they're not supposed to, that brings people to question. And it's not even because they lied or because of their character necessarily, but yeah, I'm glad that you didn't let that stop you. You're right. It does make it more suspicious than anything.
Yeah, because I think you can connect that with different situations that have happened, especially in the 20th century. For example, the fatwa against Salman Rushdie for the satanic verses. Mm-hmm. I think that concealing certain topics of discussion does connect to these type of situations where the majority or a certain part of the Muslim population of a certain part is going to take that in a violent way, because it might be going under the umbrella of blasphemy or even apostasy. Like, why do you need to doubt? And then you have people such as Salman Rushdie having to leave the country and having to live in another country under protection by the government, which is, I mean, even if you go into the specifics of his fatwa, and even you can say that, well, it was the Ayatollah of Iran who was a Shia, so yeah, I think of Shias. But Muslims in Canada, in the UK, in the whole world were against it. Even Ahmed Didat was talked about it in a sort of talk that he gave, which is very popular when it came to the fatwa of Sam Rushdie. And I think that also connects with the culture of honor, which I always thought it was something much more personal or subjective or specific of the countries such as Malaysia or Pakistan or even India. But then you start to look at things much more critically, and that is also in Morocco, that is also in Algeria, that is also in Egypt, where in Egypt, for example, the apostasy is actually punished by capital death. So the whole dichotomy between culture and religion is not so. It starts to appear much more fragile once you start to look at it from a critical point of view, and you start to see the connections between both, which I do think that they are certainly not something casual.
I want to ask you one last thing, well, or more like give you the mic, so to speak. What do you hope will happen with your journey in the next short or long term?
The thing that is always in my mind is that there's no point. I mean, there's no going back once you sort of open Pandora's box, and it's not something specific to Islam. It's always that. I think it has to do with me and my nature as an individual, that if there's something that interests me or sparks a light within me to actually know and learn more about, it's not going. It's like there's no stop per se. Like you are just keep on going.
It's ironic that you use the words spark to light, because according to the narrative, this should be darkness that you're headed into, right? Like you're refusing the light of Islam and going into darkness. But I just found that phrasing interesting. And I get what you mean. You can't just put that back in. And I'm sure if you're intellectually honest and you find an answer to every single doubt or question that you had, I'm sure you would see no choice but to go back. But that doesn't look to be happening, is it?
No, I don't think that's the case, especially after reading so many and watching and listening to so many videos and testimonies from ex-Muslims, other believers from different faiths. And I do think that if there's one thing that I've seen plenty of in different writings and testimonies, especially for ex-Muslims, is the idea of hell. I remember that at one point I read a portrait of the artist as a young man by James Joyce, and I was still a Muslim at that point. And the third chapter deals with Joyce was Irish, so he was a Christian, and I think he was a Catholic in this case. So he's narrating the protagonist experiences in a Catholic sort of school, summer school, and he is in a sort of Catholic khutbah per se. So he's hearing the sermon, and they are giving all these ideas and descriptions about hell, which at that point I was reading and I said, wow, these descriptions are very graphic and very very visceral. And I was like, I'm glad Islam does not have those descriptions. But I mean, it's not the case. And I remember that in the chapter, the actual character does have a psychosomatic sort of reaction. So the guy actually pukes out of pure distress. And I think that's one of the major similarities between a lot of ex-Muslims, that they cannot even sleep because the idea of hell is very taunting, which in the West you can always say that it was because of Dante's, because his explanations and sort of descriptions of hell in Inferno. But then you do have those within Islam as well. So
in the Quran.
yeah, basically that's the thing that has made me sort of come to this point now, which, as I said, there's no going back per se, is to find the justifications in the scriptures. Back then it was just, maybe that's culture, maybe those are individuals who went to Paris in 2015 and sort of decided to break into Charlie Hebdo's HQs and behead the people and kill them. Maybe it's me that does not understand. But then you go to the people who understand and base their life around scholarly discourse, actually give apologetics and explanations, and even their explanations can be refuted or they don't sit well with you. So
yeah,
it's not, as I said, the Jenga analogy I think works well because it's not one thing. It's not one thing, and it's all those things that you take for granted. Then you look at them from a critical and in this case an outsider's point of view, and you just see that it is very, very, very difficult to reconcile them with, and to reconcile them. It is almost impossible as you decide to live with that, sort of attitude towards it or feelings that they may arouse it within you. And in my case, I would say it isn't the case. So
I think it's poetic and almost symmetrical how you opened up with the Jenga analogy and you're wrapping up with the Jenga analogy.
That has to do with having to write a lot of essays, I would say. So
that was intentional, is what you're saying?
I would say it is sort of subconscious.
All right. You could take partial credit for that. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
I got partial credit for calling it out.
Exactly.
Yeah. Teamwork. Yeah. I don't mean to make light of your suffering, though. Like, I know this, this probably wasn't very straightforward or easy for you, but I hope that today's talk helped, and I hope that you reach your conclusions with whatever peace of mind you feel is necessary before you can take a step or make an admission, as you had said earlier, that it's something you're not admitting or something. I hope that you find that.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you. It was a pleasure to talk. I mean, I've been following you and watching your videos and then other creators' videos, and I would say especially yours and lastly Hassan's. They have been the ones that have resonated with me the most, just from a discursive point of view, like the reasonings behind the discourses you have given have resonated with me, especially when you have. I would say that the reason why most people discredit you have to do more with maybe just by listening to you, but in many videos you have given the evidence from the scriptures, especially hadiths. That was for me that has been the biggest thing to sort of realize and accept that the scriptures do have dimensions of violence, which at one point you can always say and justify by, yeah, it's contextual, but then Islam is Islam contextual? Is it for all times? Is it for any types of situations? Is it for everyone? Is it for every situation? If it's not, and it's contextual, then why? you know, why?
Yeah.
But yeah,
I'm really honored and flattered. Thank you very much for saying that. And you know, Hassan Adwan is in the live chat. He is watching. So
oh yeah,
yeah. He's I'm sure he also feels similarly. Yeah, I'm glad that I was able to help that way, and I'll continue to make sure that I am showing the scriptural basis for things, so there's less room for discrediting. But I think by default of my label of, you know, being an ex-Muslim, and also just the fact that it is a critique of Islam, and the fact that sometimes I do use humor,
yeah,
even though it's not pointed at the believer, but obviously it is taken personally. All that would discredit me before I've even said anything, but it is what it is. It's okay. I'm glad that I was able to help.
yeah. But then Arabic is your first. It is your mother tongue, so that's one thing that I think. I mean, for example, when you were explaining the sort of the semantics of verse 34 in Surah Nisa, Daraba is Daraba. Even in the Moroccan dialect, Daraba means you know, hitting. It's there's no context that you can sort of change the semantics of a word just like that, especially
mean,
when a
if
word is
like adraba an or daraba an or something, maybe, but not in that context.
not in that case. Yeah, Hassan has proven this in his video as well. So
Yeah.
so I think the component of Arabic being your mother tongue is a very strong one, because you can actually read the original sources, you can give the semantics of the word, and even you can give the, you know, the different contexts in which this can mean this or this can mean that, which is something that not many, well, that not many public figures from the ex-Muslim community or academic discourse maybe don't have. So
I hope they don't get discredited for that. I don't think it's fair criteria,
Yeah.
but I know what you mean, and that was part of my motivation. Is there's a lot of Arabic-speaking ex-Muslims who are taking much, you know, bigger risks
Yeah.
by doing this, but not as many who are bridging the gap, you know, between English and Arabic. So yeah, I'm glad, and I'm always learning. So hopefully I don't steer anyone into any error, but if I do, I will admit it. Aside from
sure.
the obvious error of disbelief, but other than that, yeah.
Yeah, for sure,
And
for sure.
thank you again, Damien, and I hope you have a good rest of your day.
Yeah, pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Of course. Take care.
You too. Bye.
All right. Thank you, everyone, for watching so far. I'll just give a few comments a shout out. Thanks to Abdurrahman, generous of you, to Super Chat. And Robert was talking about how the Judaism used to have the death penalty for apostasy and execution by ingestion of molten metal, but reforms got rid of them. Yeah, I would hope for reform in Islam, but I highly doubt it, again, because of like strictness of scripture. But yeah, and lastly, Islam Channel USA was saying, Apostate Aladdin makes interesting comments. Someone with a Muslim background, that would make a different Muslim than someone who's a convert, for example, or a different ex-Muslim, etc. That's a good point. I need to be more specific. I don't remember what the context was of me saying that, but yeah, there's a lot of different sort of Muslim backgrounds. What does that mean? So I do need to be more specific there, though I don't remember what context I was saying it in. Anyhow, thank you everyone for watching, for joining, and as always, think critically and think for yourself.